Chapter 1047. When my Lord returns, the Crusaders will arrive. They'll definitely destroy everything and suppress the world. The strength angel and the might angel cursed. Your Lord? Yi Chin could not help but squint. God Jehovah? Why, isn't he in this world now? If not for these two reminders, he would have forgotten that there was a creator in Western mythology, God Jehovah. After all, even angels and the legendary kingdom of heaven existed. Therefore, it was not that shocking to have a god. Don't try to trick us. The strength angel thought Yi Chin was afraid, so he said with a smirk, Easterner, we have to admit that you're very powerful. However, you're not a god after all. You can't imagine how powerful our Godfather is. That's right. The might angel also smirked hideously. Godfather created everything. He's the god of this world. If you dare to kill us, it's equivalent to becoming an enemy of Godfather. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chin stabbed him to death with a golden finger. He turned into light balls that scattered everywhere. Shut up! Yi Chin smirked in disdain. Subsequently, he extended his arm and grabbed the strength angel. He performed the soul-searching tactic to read his memory, crazily. However, he soon realized that the strength angel's consciousness had no memory at all. There was only a series of strange codes, as if they had turned into codes. Yi Chin frowned slightly and then relaxed slowly. After all, angels were not humans. They were energy bodies created by God. They had no gender. They could not even be considered as living beings. Naturally, they did not have memories or emotions. Just when Yi Chin was going to memorize all the data, the strength angel in his hand suddenly exploded. Self-destruction. Yi Chin waved his hand to dissolve the power of the explosion. He shook his head lightly. It doesn't look like self-destruction. It seems like my divine consciousness has activated the self-destruction program in his body. There's a self-destruction program in advance. A gleam flashed through his eyes. Interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in this God Jehovah. It's a pity that I can't get any useful information from his mind. Otherwise, I might be able to find out where this so-called God is now. Yi Chin secretly calculated as he thought to this point. However, he's still not responding even after I've caused such a commotion. He's either in a deep sleep or he's really not on Earth. God Jehovah was known as the supreme ruler of this world in the West. It was rumored that he created the universe. Therefore, in the eyes of all believers, God is omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. Naturally, Yi Chin scoffed at the rumor. After all, China had the longest history in terms of culture. The ancestors of China had already begun to revere nature, fantasizing that when Pangu created the world, Nuwa created mankind, and even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ruled the world. The Westerners were still climbing trees naked. Therefore, God Jehovah does exist, but far from the legend of omnipotence. On the ground there was a dead silence. Everyone seemed to have heard the truth as they stared blankly at the figure in the sky, especially the people from the Vatican. Including the Pope, they looked at Yi Chin as if they were looking at a real heavenly God, killing the angel of power with a wave of his hand. He had killed his way into the legendary holy land of the holy kingdom of heaven. With his own strength, he forcibly resisted the joint attack of the 5 great angels. And in the end, he brutally killed all 5 great angels. All of these accomplishments had greatly shaken their hearts, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were horrified. The Pope's lips trembled. At that moment, he did not know how to describe his feelings. Heaven had been destroyed, but he did not feel much sorrow. This was because, as the scam of heaven was exposed, he truly realized that the God that he and the others revered was just enslaving and deceiving them. At that moment, he was more confused and afraid. He was confused about the value of the Vatican's existence after this. He was afraid of how Yi Chin would deal with the Vatican. How would he deal with them? Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps rang out, jolting the former back to his senses. The Pope could not help but look up. He saw Yi Chen walking toward them step by step with his hands behind his back. Although he wasn't walking very fast in this silent world, every step he took felt like he was stepping on the hearts of everyone present. When Yi Chen stopped and looked at the former calmly, the former's heart trembled. He immediately knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Sinner Diamartin, 3 greets, heavenly God Yi." Plop, plop, plop. As he knelt, all the other saints of the church knelt down as well. "We sinners greet heavenly God Yi." Everyone's voices were trembling, and their bodies were trembling. They were filled with despair for their future. No one dared to resist or escape. That was because even powerful existences like the Strength Angel could not escape from Yi Chen, let alone them. Yi Chen looked at them expressionlessly. The killing intent in his eyes gradually disappeared as he said in a deep voice, "Are you willing to submit?" The moment that was said, the Pope was stunned at first, then a look of ecstasy flashed across his face. "Yes, we're willing. We're willing." In the blink of an eye, a series of extremely excited voices rang out, almost covering the entire world. "Fellow Yi." Zi Qingsang's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated to speak. "I know what I'm doing." Yi Chen interrupted him and looked at the Pope and the rest again. "Since you're willing to submit to me, hand over your soul blood." The Pope and the rest did not dare hesitate and handed over all their soul blood. Even though they knew that their lives were in Yi Chen's hands from now on, at least it was better than being executed. From today onwards, the Vatican belongs to China. The Vatican must send people to pay tribute to China every year. Yi Chen looked around and his cold voice was heard. Everyone heard it without missing a word. "We obey Heavenly God Ye's decree." The Pope and the rest agreed in unison. Their thunderous voices spread out from the Vatican to the surroundings. In the end, they even shook the entire Vatican. Zi Qingsang and the other Chinese powerhouses watched this scene silently from afar. Their gazes were incomparably complicated. Some were respectful, and some were excited a few seconds later. An inaudible voice spread out from the crowd. "From today onwards, Mad Southern Yi will reign supreme on Earth. He will be the true number 1 on Earth. That's right. He defeated the Western Alliance army and led us into the West. He suppressed the Vatican alone and killed 6 angels." Another person took a deep breath in and said excitedly, "I believe that when the news gets out, the entire world will be shocked. China will be ranked as the leader of the 100 countries. The rest nodded one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement, hot blood, and even more respect. It was because the thin figure in the distance had completed something that no one could do. It could be said to be unprecedented and peerless. End of this chapter. Chapter 1048. At the same time, they were also on Mount Olympus in Greece. At that moment, the flames of war were raging. Blood flowed everywhere, and the void trembled. The fire almost engulfed the entire Mount Olympus. And coughed slightly and looked down at the black spear that had pierced his body under his abdomen. In front of him, a god's body was almost shattered. He was lying on the ground and looking at him with his last breath. An extremely weak murmured, "Cough, cough. I didn't expect the god-killing spear left behind by the God King to be unable to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly turned into gravel on the ground. At that moment, a gust of wind blew the gravel in all directions. Ing was not angry at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his lips. He was injured. He charged into Mount Olympus alone and killed more than 10 gods. In the end, a god took out a spear and pierced his body before he died. This spear was actually a holy artifact left behind by the king of gods, Zeus. It forcefully pierced through his incomparably hard body. "My lord!" At that moment, 3 men in black armor leaped over and knelt on one knee before him. "Are you all right?" Ing looked around and did not answer the question, "How's the Vatican doing?" Needless to say, Yi is definitely still attacking the Vatican. He might not even be their match. Bai Xian, who was among the three in front of him, smirked coldly. In his heart, his lord was invincible. He was an emperor throughout the ages when he was alive, and he was still a ghost after death. How could a mere mad southern Yi compare to him? At that moment, a black shadow flew over from the west. When it landed, Qin Jian's face was revealed. "My lord!" Qin Jian looked at the wound on Ying's abdomen in shock before he knelt on one knee and said, "The Vatican has been suppressed by mad southern Yi." Quickly told him what he saw. When Yi Qin attacked the Vatican, he had been secretly observing from the side. Therefore, he knew the entire process like the back of his hand. Following his words, Bai Xian stood up in shock. Bai Xian was shocked. How is this possible? That Yi killed 6 angels in a row? Qin Jian shook his head. There's no mistake. Meng Tian narrowed her eyes, her gaze extremely fierce. Where's God? Didn't he attack? God isn't in this world. Ing shook his head and said, just like how Zeus didn't attack me, I'm afraid the 2 of them have already left this world. At this point, he chuckled and said confidently, I have lost this bet. The Vatican was quite a distance away from Mount Olympus. Qin Jian returned to report after witnessing Yi Qin defeating the Vatican and heaven. This meant that Yi Qin had taken down the Vatican first. Therefore, he had won and lost. No. Bai Xian glared at him and said unhappily, Master won this bet. If it wasn't for the myriad god spear left behind by Zeus, how could Master have lost? Not bad. Meng Tian smiled coldly. As the king of the gods, Zeus has existed for a longer period of time than that bird god. Since his majesty was able to survive under his sacred object, how could Yi compare to him? A loss is a loss. Ing Weiwei turned around and looked at the Vatican. Qin Jian, hand over your soul to mad southern Yi. I can even afford to lose the world, let alone this mere bet. The Vatican. In the huge palace located in the sky above heaven, the palace was like a divine city. It was incomparably sacred, and in the center of the divine city, there was a herb garden. The herb garden was enveloped by a layer of light. It was as if a glowing transparent bowl was placed upside down, preventing outsiders from entering. Meanwhile, within the screen of light, there was an expanse of verdant greenery, and all sorts of divine medicines were being nurtured. These divine medicines were verdant and glistening, completely translucent, and emitted enormous energy. There was a small, dark green tree that was only as tall as a person, but its trunk was strong. Between its leaves, there was a golden fruit that was surrounded by purple energy. There was also a red magnolia. The flower was crystal clear, like the most precious gem in the world, attracting one's attention. Oh my God, so many supreme herbs. Before I came, I heard that there was a sacred herb garden in the west with countless sacred herbs. It seems like this is the one before me. When Yi Qin and the rest stepped into the place, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. At that moment, they could not even walk. Golden jade branch, void spirit herb, longevity fruit, dragon blood flower. The green ox's eyes widened as he identified the sacred herbs in the herb garden while swallowing his saliva. A Chinese powerhouse said with bloodshot eyes, Fellow Yi, if we bring these sacred herbs back to China, we'll definitely be able to increase the battle prowess of the Chinese cultivation world. The rest of the people were equally envious. If not for the protection of the barrier, they would have charged in and snatched it long ago. Zi Qingtsang of Purple Cap Mountain coughed and said, Everyone, if not for Fellow Yi, how would we have discovered this herb garden? As soon as he said that, everyone was instantly speechless. That was right. If Yi Qin had not killed his way into heaven and destroyed all the angels, how would they have entered this place? Moreover, although they had followed Yi Qin to the Vatican, they had not done anything from the beginning to the end. They had no right to get their hands on the sacred herbs in the herb garden. As if sensing what everyone was thinking, Yi Qin smiled lightly. I'll only choose a few of these sacred herbs. The rest are yours. Thank you, fellow Yi. Senior Yi is so righteous. Everyone was overjoyed, and their faces were filled with gratitude. Yi Chen did not hesitate anymore. He unleashed the great 5 elements restriction-breaking tactic and forcefully broke the barrier before him. He led the crowd in. The rest of them were rather obedient. Even though the sacred herbs were right before them, no one tried to snatch them after hearing what Yi Chen said earlier. Sky blue flower, one of the medicines that can be used to refine demonic beasts to increase their cultivation. Xiao He will be able to use it in the future. Bodhi flower, one of the medicines that can be used to refine to eliminate inner demons and prevent one's cultivation base from becoming unstable. The spirit well tree will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn it into liquid spiritual energy. Then it can be transplanted and planted at home. Yi Chen collected some medicines that were useful to him or the people around him as he walked. Everyone, I'm done. Please help yourselves. I only have one request. You're not allowed to fight each other or even fight each other. Seeing that the rest were useless to him, Yi Chen said, at the end of the day at your level, cultivation is more about cultivating your mind. Medicinal pills are external objects, after all. You can't put the cart before the horse. Thank you, fellow Yi. Everyone could not help but be overjoyed. After thanking him repeatedly, they pounced on the sacred herbs around them. With Yi Chen's disguise, there was no fight. A quasi-saint ran toward a golden fruit in the distance, his face filled with excitement. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly blew past him. A black shadow quickly rushed forward and swallowed the golden fruit in one gulp. That person was stunned and could not believe his eyes. Damn, who the F***CK is this? End of this chapter. Chapter 1049. Under his gaze, after the green ox chewed the fruit into pieces, it spread its hooves and galloped towards the other holy herbs. Damn it, my ice spirit fruit. Be **starred. Return the Inuan grass to me. Damn it, this damn cow is too cunning. Brother Ox, Master Ox, please do me a favor and give me some soup. Even if you leave some roots, it's fine. In an instant, waves of curses erupted. If looks could kill, the green ox would have died countless times. The green ox was shocked by their gazes. Feeling guilty, he could not help but say fiercely, "Why should I return something that I picked with my own abilities?" After saying that, he raised his hoof and pointed at the cute little girl on his back. "I picked it for this girl. Don't blame me." Everyone looked at the cute little girl, and their anger could only turn into resentment. That was Senior Ye's daughter. Would they dare to make a fuss about it? Yi Chen shook his head lightly and walked slowly into the distance. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. His gaze finally stopped on a small tree about 3 feet away. The tree was only about 3 feet tall, and its trunk was only as thick as the mouth of a bowl. At this moment, there was a white fruit growing on it. "What's this?" Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and looked at the white fruit at a close distance. It was not round, nor was it oval. Instead, it was strip-shaped, a little like a rolling pin. "It's this fruit again." Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The reason why he recognized this fruit was that he happened to have 2 at home. However, the 2 at home were black and green, while the one before him was white. The first 2 were just seeds in the beginning. Later on, he used the immortal drift bottle to mature them. However, until now, Yi Chen still had not studied them thoroughly. He did not expect to see another almost identical one in the sacred medicinal garden. The only difference was that the fruit before him was slightly bigger. Why is there such a fruit here? Who planted it? At that moment, Yi Chen stared at the white fruit before him as his expression flickered. The moment he stared at the white fruit began to tremble slightly. Even though it was only for a moment, Yi Chen's sensitive divine consciousness still caught it. Afraid? Is he afraid of me? A gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. This fruit is alive! The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his arm and grabbed at the white fruit. Swish! In that instant, the white fruit disappeared in front of him, and even the small tree disappeared one after the other. You actually managed to dodge my attack. Yi Qin squinted and scoffed. Interesting. I'd like to see what you are today. Flaming golden eyes open. 2 balls of golden flames faintly leaped out from his eyes. 2 invisible beams of light shot out from his eyes and scanned the entire sacred medicinal garden. So it's here. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the ground in the southeast corner. He saw the small tree with white fruits earlier. Burrowing technique. He formed a seal with both hands, and his whole body drilled into the depths of the ground. Then he shrouded the southeast corner with a huge divine sense. The small tree deep underground in the southeast corner seemed to have sensed danger and subconsciously wanted to move away. Major 5 elements forbidden technique. Condense. However, at that moment, as a cold snort sounded, the space around the small tree suddenly condensed into countless tiny golden threads. These golden threads covered the sky and earth, sealing the space. The small tree could not break through no matter how hard it tried. It was completely wrapped in it like a huge beehive. Retrieve. Yi Chen waved his sleeve and put away the beehive made of golden threads. Then he returned to the ground. He took a step out and appeared in the main hall of God City. He raised his hand and set up a barrier to prevent outsiders from disturbing him. Then he took out the golden thread beehive and removed it. Swish! As soon as the small tree broke free, it wanted to move away. However, a large hand grabbed its trunk in the blink of an eye. It's already come to this. Do you think you can still escape from the palm of my hand? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. I advise you to be honest with me. Otherwise, after the small tree was silent for a few seconds, an extremely ethereal voice came from the white fruit. Sir, what do you want? The voice was very hollow and ethereal. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it was extremely pure Chinese. 3 questions. Yi Qin chuckled softly. Firstly, who are you? Secondly, why did you appear in the sacred medicinal garden? Thirdly, your relationship with the Vatican. Sir, you've gone too far. The voice sounded again, seemingly furious. There are some things that you'd better not know. Otherwise, it might bring you death. You're not going to tell me? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he placed his palm gently on the white fruit. Tell me, what will you do if I break this fruit? Stop. The voice finally changed. There was a hint of nervousness and even fear in it. Everything is negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Yi Qin said coldly, Answer my question. Sir, do you know what you're eavesdropping on? It contains karma that you can't bear. Before he could finish, Yi Chen's fingernails had already pierced into the fruit stem. Subsequently, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. I said, I'm God Jehovah, he grunted immediately. Yi Chen stopped what he was doing. There was a burning gleam in his eyes. You're God Jehovah? If outsiders knew that the white fruit in his hand was the omnipotent God, their first reaction would probably be disbelief. That's right, the voice said in pain. To be precise, I'm the Tao fruit of God Jehovah. Before Jehovah left this world, he left me in the sacred medicinal garden, and the Vatican is just the soil that I use to absorb the willpower of the world to provide nutrients for myself. At this point, he began to threaten. Sir, I can ignore everything you've done in the Vatican or even in heaven, but you must let me go. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. How can I prove that what you said is true? Yi Qin sat unmoved. Although he said that, he believed it a little. He could not help but think of the 2 fruits at home. If the white fruit in front of him was the Tao fruit of God Jehovah, then whose were the 2 fruits at home? Sir, you're going too far. The voice was unwilling to mention it. Yi Qin scoffed and increased the strength in his hand, causing him to compromise again. Mount Olympus. There's also a fruit like mine on Mount Olympus. It's the Tao fruit left behind by Zeus. If you don't believe me, you can go to Mount Olympus and find that fruit to prove that what I said is true. End of this chapter. Chapter 1050. Zeus also left behind a Tao fruit? Yi Qin could not help but squint when he heard what the white fruit said. He was surprised again. The so-called Tao fruit was the result of cultivation. In the eyes of Taoists, it was the result of achieving Tao. In the eyes of Buddhists, it represented becoming a Buddha. Thinking to this point, he stared at the white fruit in his hand. How did you know that Mount Olympus has Zeus's Tao fruit? Also, how many existences like you are there in this world? Whether it was God Jehovah or the King of Gods, Zeus, they were the most supreme existences in Western mythology. If the East needed to find someone who could compare to him, it would be Pangu. Pangu opened the sky, and his body evolved into a sea of stars. He was equivalent to a creator. The white fruit did not hide anything and said slowly, Zeus and Jehovah are both the highest gods in the West. Naturally, they understand each other. At this point, he paused for a moment. As for how many existences like me there are, I don't know either. Does China have them? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He happened to have 2 such fruits at home, but they were not as ripe as the white fruit before him. Moreover, there were no signs of life. I'm not sure either. The white fruit let out a long sigh. However, I know that there were some people who became Buddhas in China back then. For example, after I left the first volume of the Tao Te Ching at Hanga Pass on my green ox, I ascended to heaven. Also, the founder of the Chinese Zen sect, Bodhidharma, went to the East from India to preach Buddhism and establish the Zen sect. He became a Buddha after he died. As he spoke word by word, the doubts in Yi Chen's heart grew stronger. His eyes flickered a few times before he lifted his hand to set up the major 5 elements, forbidden method. There was a hint of coldness in his seemingly calm voice. I'll make a trip to Mount Olympus now. You know the consequences of lying to me. The white fruit said nothing. Mount Olympus. Yi Qin rode the green ox and ran all the way. The green ox said with a flushed face, Master, what are we doing here? He had obtained many benefits in the sacred medicinal garden under the name of the cute little baby, causing many Chinese powerhouses to be angry but not dare to say anything. Therefore, he felt refreshed every time he thought about it. I'm here to meet someone. Yi Qin sat on his back and lifted his eyes to look at the mess around him. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. It seems like he really came to attack this mountain. But why don't I see him? It would not be an exaggeration to describe Mount Olympus as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins everywhere. It was hard to believe that a solemn temple had once stood here. Next, he suddenly turned around and looked at a rundown temple in the southwest corner. A man in black armor slowly walked out of it. It's you. Yi Qin said, Did you wait for me here? The person who came was one of the 4 corpse kings under Ying's command, Qin Jian. The former lifted a foot and stepped over, then looked at him deeply. You have won this bet. My master ordered me to wait for you here. As soon as he said that, he took a black bag from his waist and tossed it to Yi Qin. Then he turned around and was about to leave. Yi Qin took it and took a look. No matter how determined he was, his eyes could not help but warm up. Inside the bag were the missing souls of second uncle, second aunt, Lin Tai, Niu Qingshan, and the rest. What surprised him the most was that there was even old Chen's complete soul. Seeing that Qin Jian was about to leave, Yi Chen eventually said, Thanking for me, I owe him a favor. He did not ask where Ying had obtained the soul. Qin Jian stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. He looked at him expressionlessly. You don't have to thank my master. My master said that this is just a bet. He can even afford to lose the world, let alone a bet. At this point, there was no kindness on his face. Mad Southerny, when we meet again, we don't know if you and my master are enemies or friends. You better pray that you can always be lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. After the green ox watched him disappear, a strange gleam flashed in his eyes. "First master, I feel that this person looks familiar. Is his master the one from 2,000 years ago? You knowing too?" Yi Qin could not help but look at him. "Not only do I know him, I've even seen him before." The green ox took out 100-year-old ginseng from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth as he chewed. When that person shocked the past and present, I was still the king in the mountains. If not for the previous master's help, I would have been skinned alive by the immortal Qin army under that person. At the mention of Ing, even his eyes could not help but flash with fear. That person is a tough one. "First master, you have to be careful in the future." Yi Qin smiled lightly and did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and walked to the largest temple in the distance. At the same time, he spread his divine consciousness out. Apart from meeting Ing and retrieving the souls of second uncle and second aunt, he also came to search for the fruit in the sacred herb garden on Mount Olympus. However, an hour later, he had almost searched the entire Mount Olympus, but he did not find anything. Yi Chen took out the white fruit and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure that Zeus left behind the Tao fruit here?" He suspected that the existence of the white fruit was hiding something from him, or that Zeus' Tao fruit had fallen into Ying's hands. "I'm sure that Zeus' Tao fruit is on Mount Olympus. As for the exact location, I'm not sure." The voice from the white fruit said, "In fact, you know better than me. How could the Tao fruit left behind by Zeus be found so easily? It's one thing for me to understand, but it's another thing whether you're hiding anything from me." Yi Chen smirked coldly. "I don't care if you're really the Tao fruit left behind by God. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Now that you're in my hands, I have countless ways to deal with you. For example, I can cut you open and erase your Tao marks. I believe that your countless years of planning will be in vain." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice from the white fruit fell silent. After a moment, it said, "I'm only the Tao fruit of Jehovah. Even if you destroy me, you won't be able to kill him. At most, you'll be able to injure him." He changed the topic. "On the contrary, if you keep me alive, I might be able to help you in the future. For example, some holy lands with secret treasures. It's even possible for me to help you deal with Jehovah." His voice was filled with temptation. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably not be able to resist it. However, it was nothing to Yi Chen, who was used to scheming in the cultivation world. Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang. "It was Yi Wen, brother. The 2 fruits that you asked me to look after are gone. P.S. The plot of the Earth chapter will end in 2 days. The main character will immediately go look for the female lead. I haven't thought about how to end the plot of the Earth chapter, so I'll only have 1 chapter today. Please forgive me." End of this chapter. Chapter 1051. Tiannan, China. Following the spiritual energy recovery, the original Yi family villa had been widened and reinforced. There were people guarding this place every day, and it was established as the most important place in Tiannan. Anyone in Tiannan knew who the ruler of Tiannan was, and the Yi family villa was the former residence of the ruler of Tiannan. Apart from being slightly bigger, the scenery and facilities inside were maintained in their original state under Yi Wen's deliberate request. Not even a single blade of grass or tree had been touched. The reason being that Yi Wen and the rest knew that Yi Chen was a nostalgic person and did not like others touching his things. After Yi Chen returned to the Yi family villa with his daughter, the first thing he did was stand in the courtyard and look at the old scenery. Ever since his parents and Su Yuhan disappeared, he brought his daughter to the Kunlun ruins. Even when he returned from the Kunlun ruins, he did not stay here. He had been living in another villa arranged by Yi Wen. It was not that he did not want to come back, but he did not want to face the empty home in front of him. He did not want his daughter to be sad and miss her grandparents and mother. The old scenery was still the same, but they were separated. As if sensing his emotions, the cute little girl in his arms was unusually quiet. She blinked her big watery eyes and said, "Daddy, do you miss Grandpa, Grandma, and Mommy?" "Yes, Daddy misses them." Yi Chin took a deep breath in and lowered his head to rub the little girl's hair. "Daddy promises you that I'll bring you to Mommy right away. And little brother," the little girl said in a very sticky manner. "Little brother?" Yi Chen was stunned. He then said while laughing, "How do you know it's little brother? What if it's little sister?" "No, it's little brother." The little girl was a little unhappy. "Daddy and Mommy can only be me. If it's little brother, I can beat little brother up." Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. He was secretly looking forward to it. Yuhan should be giving birth soon, right? Looks like I have to find her as soon as possible and welcome my second child personally. He put the little girl down after saying that. "Daddy still has something to do. Go play by yourself for a while. I'll call you when I'm done." In the spiritual herb field at the back of the Yi family villa, Yi Chen looked around quietly at the spiritual grains that had grown into huge grains. Eventually, his gaze landed on an empty spiritual field. There were originally 2 small trees planted there, and the fruits they bore were exactly the same as the white fruit he had found in the sacred medicinal garden. But now, the 2 small trees along with the 2 fruits were gone. Yi Chen grabbed a handful of soil and said while frowning, "When did you realize that the 2 fruits were gone?" Yi Wen, who was standing behind him, bit the bullet and said, 20 minutes before I called you, it was the person who was in charge of guarding the spiritual field who informed me." "Who's in charge of guarding the spiritual fields?" Yi Chen asked. "It's the old Uncle Fu." After saying that, Yuan made a call. Soon, an old man in a long robe who was about 55 years old walked over quickly. The Gu family had given the villa to Yi Chen. Uncle Fu had been the butler of the villa since the beginning, so he was considered an old man. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Uncle Fu wiped his sweat. Yi Chen took a good look at him and said expressionlessly, "Did you notice that the 2 trees were gone 2 hours ago?" "Yes, Mr. Yi." Uncle Fu said in detail immediately, "I'll patrol the entire villa 3 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. I saw them when I patrolled this morning." He glanced at Yi Chen carefully as he spoke to this point. He was terrified. "But they were gone when I patrolled after lunch." "So, you're saying that they disappeared in the afternoon?" Yi Chen squinted. "From morning to noon? Is there anything unusual in the villa? For example, someone came in." "Brother, no one will go in," Yuan interrupted. "To be exact, we'll be able to notice if someone really came in because we've installed the most advanced surveillance cameras in the entire villa. One can say that there's no blind spot in all directions." Yi Chen secretly shook his head. Surveillance might be useful to ordinary people or people who are not powerful, but it was nothing to people with great abilities. "Oh yeah, Mr. Yi, I recalled something weird now that you reminded me." Uncle Fu suddenly slapped his head as if he recalled something. "After lunch today, perhaps I'm getting old, I took a nap on the chair." He looked like he was recalling something as he spoke to this point. "In my days, I think I heard 2 voices arguing in my ears." "2 voices?" Yi Chen was interested now. "That's right. 2 unfamiliar voices. I'm sure that I've never heard them before." Uncle Fu could not stop nodding. "At that time, I thought that someone had come in and wanted to chase them out. However, I couldn't open my eyes no matter how hard I tried. It felt like I was in a nightmare." Yi Chen could not help but glance at Yiwen. Yiwen bit her lip and said, "Did you hear what they said?" "I'm not sure." Uncle Fu rubbed his temples and said while thinking, "They didn't talk fast, but I feel like I'll forget it as soon as I hear it." Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Every word and action of a person with a high cultivation base could affect one's mind. Even if one heard it, one would not be able to remember it. Uncle Fu continued, "Mr. Yi, but I vaguely remember that they mentioned God, Jehovah, Zeus, Dao fruit, Dao fruit?" Yi Chen's expression finally changed slightly when he heard that. "Anything else?" No. Uncle Fu shook his head. Yi Wen's expression did not look too good. She said in self-blame, "Brother, did someone really barge into our villa?" "Perhaps." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He had just discovered the Tao fruit of God Jehovah in the Vatican. Only the green ox and his daughter knew about the secret. It was impossible for the secret to be leaked within a short period of time. However, there was an accident here, and there were two voices. In other words, two people had appeared in the villa. The two of them must know the secret of the Tao fruit and were secretly monitoring him at the same time. Therefore, they attacked as soon as he obtained the Tao fruit of God in the Vatican. Apart from that, there was another possibility. His two Tao fruits seemed to have sensed something, so they'd fled first. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he thought to this point. Then he said to Uncle Fu, "It's none of your business. You may leave." After Uncle Fu left, Yuan looked in the direction he went and could not help but ask, "Brother, do you think Uncle Fu told the truth?" "I can sense it if he's lying." Yi Qin shook his head. "To be on the safe side, send someone to watch him secretly. Report to me if there's anything unusual." Yi Wen turned around to make the arrangements immediately. Yi Chan then inserted his hand into the spiritual field before him. A few seconds later, two skins appeared in his hand. The two skins gradually swelled up in the wind, revealing their facial features. They looked like two people. End of this chapter. Chapter 1052. In a downtown area of Lin City, there were people coming and going, and by the roadside there were two handcarts. The handcart on the left was selling tomatoes, while the handcart on the right was selling a basket of eggs. Selling tomatoes, fresh tomatoes. An old man with his trousers rolled up and covered in mud squatted on the ground, smoking a pipe and hawking. At this moment, an auntie with a birthmark on her face walked over. "Smoking, how much is a caddy of tomatoes?" 5 yuan a caddy. The smoking old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. The auntie turned around and left without another word. Hey, sister, don't go." The smoking old man immediately panicked. He ignored his image and stood up to grab the former. "Can I give you 4 yuan a caddy? My tomatoes are very fresh and pollution-free. It's good for your health whether you buy them to cook or eat them cold. I say, can you not be so touchy? I'm still a virgin." The auntie shook off his hand in disdain. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Forget it. Give me 1 caddy." Only then did the smoking old man let go of his hand. He weighed 1 caddy with great familiarity and handed it over in a bag. The auntie paid and was about to leave. "Beauty, wait." At this moment, the boss on the other handcart said, "Look, you've already bought his tomatoes. Why don't you buy my eggs too?" The auntie was originally unwilling to pay attention to him, but after hearing the word beauty, she felt a little shy. She turned around and saw that the person who called out to her was an old man in a suit and tie with a big bald head. The auntie was stunned subconsciously. She had lived for so long, but this was the first time she had seen an egg seller dressed like this. Those who did not know would think that he was the boss of some company. Seeing that she did not speak, the old man in the suit seemed to be a little anxious. "I say, beauty, tomato scrambled eggs." "You bought tomatoes. How can you not buy eggs?" "Mine are authentic farmhouse eggs. I want all your eggs." The auntie looked at the less than 20 eggs left in the basket, then took out a mirror from her bag and dressed up in front of everyone. After the old man in the suit wrapped the eggs, he said with a smile, "Beauty, there are a total of 18 eggs. They are 8 grams per caddy. Just give me 19 yuan." The woman didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she suddenly asked, "Do you really think I'm a beauty?" After saying that, she subconsciously puffed out her chest. The old man in the suit was stunned at first. Then he said seriously, "Of course, there are many beauties like you in this world." Only then did the auntie happily pay the bill. With eggs in one hand and tomatoes in the other, she swayed her bucket-like waist, which he hadn't swayed for many years and even hummed. The smoking old man looked at him with disdain. "Old bald donkey, don't you have any shame? If I sell fish, you sell pickled vegetables. If I sell tomatoes, you sell eggs. Do you want to eat me? What do you know? This is called business acumen." The old man in the suit said disdainfully, "You've been peddling for half a day, but you're not even as good as me sleeping." But you can't go against your conscience and praise a 50-year-old Ani as a beauty. The smoking old man said angrily, "Are you blind? Can't you see the birthmark that covers half of her face? What do you know?" The old man in the suit said angrily, "Do you know what a white lie is?" My beauty instantly made her regain her confidence. "Didn't you see that when she left, she even sang that today was a good day?" The smoking old man was so angry that he coughed. When he was about to fight back, he suddenly looked in the direction of the Yi family's villa. There was a trace of seriousness on his cynical face. "That kid found out about our degeneration." The old man in the suit also said in a deep voice, "We can only blame ourselves for leaving in a hurry. We didn't have time to take away the degeneration in time. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. In fact, it's also the two of us who are wrong." The smoking old man knocked on the cigarette bag and shook his head. "In the end, you and I were reborn because of him. You didn't even say a word of thanks before running away. It doesn't matter whether we meet or not." The old man in the suit's eyes were deep. "It's not good for him to know too much. Didn't you and I die back then because of the severity of the karma? Forget it. Let's go. The catastrophe is coming. It's time for us to deal with all this in advance." "That's right. If we stay any longer, that kid will probably find out about us." With a faint sigh, the 2 carts and the 2 people disappeared from the downtown area. Not long after, the middle-aged woman from before returned. Her face was extremely excited, as if she was looking for the 2 carts. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the birthmark on her face was gone. Her waist had become thinner, and her skin had become fairer. She looked like she was only 20 years old. At the Yi family's villa, Yi Chen looked at the 2 swollen human skins in his hand. A few seconds later, a cold grin appeared on his face. "Degeneration. What a degeneration. So I've planted 2 people." At the next moment, he took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the direction of a downtown area in Lin City. He stood at the bustling entrance of the downtown area and spread out his divine sense to the limit, almost covering a radius of 5 miles. Finally, his gaze landed on the crowd in the distance. There was a group of people surrounding a woman in her 30s. The woman beamed with joy and said, "I'm telling the truth. There were 2 old men selling tomatoes and eggs here just now. I ate their tomatoes and eggs, so I became beautiful. There weren't any tomatoes and eggs here just now. There weren't any 2 old men either. Did you remember wrongly? That's right. I've been sitting here since the morning. I didn't see the 2 people you mentioned at all. However, no one around her believed her. Instead, they thought that she was bragging or hallucinating." Yi Chen's sleeve glowed, and he disappeared into the crowd with the woman. When he appeared again, he was already at the Yi family villa. Yi Chen used hypnosis directly. "Tell me the characteristics of the 2 people you saw." "One of them sells eggs and the other sells tomatoes. One of them smokes and the other is wearing a suit." The woman seemed to have lost her soul as she mumbled. "No, one of them sells tobacco and the other sells suits." "No, I suddenly can't remember." Yi Chen frowned. Then he placed his hand on her head and performed the soul-searching tactic. However, to his disappointment, there was no memory in the woman's mind. It was as if she had mysteriously disappeared in the blink of an eye. "What a brilliant technique. You didn't leave any traces. Are you afraid that I'll find you?" Yi Chen smirked coldly and squinted. "As long as you guys are still on Earth, I'll find you one day. I don't believe you guys can hide forever." End of this chapter. Chapter 1053. On the day that Yi Chen returned home, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. News of his battle achievements had finally spread out. The powerhouses from the Chinese cultivation world and the Western powerhouses' army held a decisive battle above China Sea. Under the circumstances where the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the Chinese Holy Land, Kunlun ruins appeared. Many peerless powerhouses respected Mad Southern Yi as the master of Kunlun ruins. The news was like a bombshell that shocked the entire world. They could not believe it. Before they could react, another series of earth-shattering news swept the world like a tsunami. Mad Southern Yi killed many powerhouses from the Holy Lands and secret realms. Among them, there was no lack of Japanese evil Master Tianyin, Indian St. Harris, and the second prince of the Blood Clan, Rodney. After that, he led the Eastern Army into the West and completely destroyed the Western Alliance Army, crippling more than 30 Holy Lands and secret realms. Then he killed his way into the Vatican in Greece and suppressed the Vatican alone. He forced the door to heaven to open, and the angels descended to kill the angels. He killed his way into heaven and destroyed 5 angels. When the news spread, there were still people who did not believe it at first. However, countless battle videos of Yi Qin circulated on the internet, including the video of the battle in heaven. At that moment, the whole world was shocked. Oh my God, is this something a human can do? That's more than 30 holy lands and secret realms. The powerhouses in every secret realm are godlike existences. This Chinese guy even killed an angel. I can't believe it. This world is crazy. Invincible, simply invincible. How did China give birth to such a godlike existence? All the countries were shocked. All the forces and secret realms were terrified. They gave the order not to provoke Yi Qin. Someone said in shock, "From now on, Mad Southern Yi can be considered the #1 person on Earth. This Easterner has suppressed the entire world." I don't think so. Another person objected, "I'm afraid you guys don't know that there's a mysterious zombie man in China. He was the first to enter the West and defeated the powerhouses of various countries. Even the Blood Clan was subdued by him." That's right, I know this person too. His words were agreed by many people. It's said that this person and Mad Southern Yi split up. Mad Southern Yi attacked the Vatican while he attacked Mount Olympus. What? Attack Mount Olympus? Oh my God, that's the territory of the gods. Countless people were shocked. An insider said in shock, this Eastern zombie is even more ruthless than Mad Southern Yi. Not only did he kill more than 10 gods in a row, but he also destroyed Mount Olympus. It's said that even the sacred weapon left behind by the king of gods, Zeus, could not kill him. As soon as these words came out, everyone shuddered. It's fine that there's Mad Southern Yi, but now there's Ing. It's too abnormal. How did China produce so many monsters? Tell me, is Mad Southern Yi more powerful or Ing? Which one of them can become the most powerful person on Earth? That's hard to say. The combat strength displayed by the two isn't that different unless they can fight. I hope they fight. No matter who lives or dies, it will be a great loss to China. At that moment, the whole world was discussing Yi Qin and Ing. Some people who wanted the world to be in chaos were openly stirring things up online. There was no lack of Japanese, India, England, and other forces. Japan, Shimu Shrine. When Yi Qin's battle results spread and the news of the heavenly Yin evil master's death spread, many Yin-Yang masters of the shrine gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Everyone, what I mean is that the Chinese cultivation world can't be the only one. We must think of a way to restrain the Chinese cultivation world. The deputy priest of the Shimu Shrine, Iha, said with a gloomy expression, the only way is to provoke internal strife in the Chinese cultivation world and target Mad Southern Yi and Ing. Mr. Iha is right. Now that the heavenly Yin evil master of Japan is dead, we are without a leader. If this goes on, we will definitely be left behind by China. Another person agreed. If necessary, we can seek help from the Yamada Divine Lord and the Beast Emperor from India. They are extremely ancient. We can ask them to join forces to ambush Mad, Southern Yi, and Ing. As everyone discussed animatedly, a deafening thunderclap suddenly resounded in the sky. The power seemed to be about to split the sky apart. The entire Shinmu shrine shook violently at that moment. What happened? All the upper echelons of the shrine were terrified. Before they could react, an incomparably huge foot descended from the sky and directly trampled the entire Shimu shrine. A shrine was forcefully wiped out. The Patriarch of Hell retracted his left foot and muttered to himself, "Fellow Yi is right. The Japanese lack education. If we don't beat them up, they won't know fear. Chinese, you've gone too far." At that moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the void. At the next moment, a giant snake soared into the sky and spoke in human language. "I didn't manage to catch you last time. Don't you dare leave this time. Yamada no Orochi, my friend. You made me so tired last time. I'm here to take revenge on you this time." The Patriarch of Hell smirked coldly. He was not afraid at all. Then the true origin energy fluctuations on his body completely erupted, and his divine consciousness connected with heaven and earth. "I've prepared a big gift for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the weather changed and lightning surged. South America, inside Totem City, which was known as the Holy Land of the World, there were many ancient castles. If it was any other day, Totem City would definitely be visited by countless believers. However, it was extremely deserted today. That was because the high priest of Totem City had died in China's territorial waters. Moreover, he was killed by Mad Southern Yi. Faced with such a situation, Totem City chose to seal the city gates and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Under the setting sun, a young man in white slowly walked over from the horizon. He was just like the legends, carrying a murderous aura. At that moment, all the sword-type magic treasures in Totem City trembled at the same time, as if they had been summoned. Totem City overestimates itself and dares to offend China. Today, I, Yi Wushuang, have come to settle the score. Get out here. A calm and cold voice resounded throughout the entire Totem City, causing countless sword-type magic treasures to emit earth-shattering sword cries. Creak! As the city gates opened, 8 old men in black robes soared into the sky. "Ignorant brat, how dare you barge into Totem City? You're courting death." The 8 of them surrounded Yi Wushuang. An intense killing intent surged on their gloomy faces. The white-clothed young man's expression remained unchanged. "If you can force me to draw my sword, I'll return immediately and spare your lives." "Arrogant, you're courting death." The 8 of them were instantly enraged. Their cultivation bases were all peak supreme giants, and there was even a quasi-saint among them. How could they tolerate being looked down upon by a young man? Boom! The 8 of them attacked at the same time. Yi Wushuang's white robe fluttered without any wind, and an invisible sword gleam flashed across his eyes. At the next moment, the 8 of them stiffened and remained motionless. Their faces still retained their previous angry expressions. Plop, plop, plop. The 8 bodies fell to the ground at the same time. There was not a single wound on their bodies, as if they had died suddenly. Yi Wushuang slowly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "I told you, if you can force me to draw my sword, I'll spare your lives. However, you can't do it." End of this chapter. Chapter 1054. Similar scenes happen in Australia and Africa at the same time. All the secret realms and holy lands that had participated in the Western Army's expedition to China in the 5 continents were dealt with. The Patriarch of Hell triggered the nascent soul tribulation in Japan and killed the oldest existence in Japan, Yamada no Orochi. Yi Wushuang killed his way into Totem City in South America and killed hundreds of people with his sword. Totem City was destroyed. Luo Tianya attacked the Dark Wolf clan in Australia and sank their holy land with his fists. The sky-roaming Dragon King entered Africa and fought the War Hound's giants. The the Warhound's giants surrendered. In just a day, the division of forces on Earth changed again and again, and the names of ruthless people were remembered by the world. For example, Mad Southern Yi, Ing, the Patriarch of Hell, Yi Wushuang, Luo Tianya, and so on. China is indeed a big country in the East. It has many talents. This time, China has officially become the leader of the 100 countries. That's right, putting Mad Southern Yi and Ing aside, just existences like Yi Wushuang and Luo Tianya are enough to sweep through any holy land or secret realm. At this moment, all the countries were shaken. The remaining secret realms and holy lands sent envoys to China to express their sincerity. Meanwhile, Yi Qin lived in the Yi family villa in an extremely low profile under such a huge torrent. At that moment, there were formations set up in front of him. The formations were filled with overwhelming yin energy, as if he was in the underworld. Meanwhile, there were souls standing before him. They were Yi Ming, Yang Hui, Lin Tai, Niu Qingshan, and Old Qin. At that moment, they were listening to Yi Chen tell them what happened after they died quietly. They could not help but feel emotional when they heard the crucial moment. Yang Tian, Yi Wen, and the rest looked at Lin Tai, Yi Ming, and Yang Hui excitedly. Yi Ming took a step forward after hearing that. He extended his hand in an attempt to touch Yi Qin. Xiaoqin, I didn't expect so many things to happen after we died. It's been hard on you. However, his hand passed through Yi Chen's body directly, making him look a little lonely. It's been hard on you, kid. Yang Hui looked sad. Then, do you know where your parents and Yuhan are? I have a guess, but I'm not sure yet. Yi Qin did not hide his longing at all. At this point, he stood up slowly and bowed solemnly to Niu Qingshan and Elder Qin. Elder Niu, Elder Qin, thank you. He owed this bow to Niu Qingshan and Elder Qin. When Shang Santian descended, it was Niu Qingshan who risked his life to hold up the rear, giving the Yi family a chance to leave. It was also Old Qin who blocked Kunlun Mountain alone. He did not fear death and blocked the Bai clan's martial monarch. Why are you talking about this? Niu Qingshan laughed heartily. You are the successor that I have chosen. You are like my nephew. There is no need to thank me. Not bad. There was a hint of relief on Old Man Chen's old face. Now that we've heard you say that China has become the leader of the 100 nations, we're very relieved. It's a worthy death. Yi Qin then looked at Lin Tai. Lin Tai knelt hard onto the ground and said while holding his head low, I'm sorry, my lord. I've betrayed you. Shang Santian had controlled his woman and forced him to remove the formation at the Yi family villa. It made him extremely ashamed, which was also the reason why he chose to die in battle. Yi Qin walked over slowly and helped him up with a wave of his sleeve. He sighed softly and said, You're right about this. If a person can't protect their loved ones in this world, what's the difference between them and animals? I've let you down, my lord. I can only be your slave in my next life to repay your kindness. Lin Tai said while forcing a smile. Who wants your next life? Yi Qin chuckled softly and looked at the few of them. This time, I've gathered all of your souls. I've also thought of another way to survive for you guys. Don't tell me that you can revive us? Old Chen's eyes widened in shock. The rest were excited too. However, Yi Qin shook his head and said, Your bodies have been destroyed. Even a god can't revive you. As soon as he said this, their eyes dimmed. However, you guys don't have to be too sad. Yi Qin changed the topic and said, I've thought of 2 ways for you guys. The first is to enter reincarnation again. However, I'll leave a mark in your souls. I'll find you guys 18 years later and unlock your memories of your previous lives. Everyone was afraid of death because even if they reincarnated after death, they would be a different person. They would not remember their previous lives. If they could recover their memories of their previous lives, it would naturally be equivalent to a true rebirth. At this point, he could not help but look at second uncle Yi Ming and second aunt Yi Ming. Second uncle, second aunt. you too don't have a spiritual root. If you enter reincarnation again, you might have a spiritual root in your next life. What's the second way? Lin Tai asked. Yi-Chen took a deep breath in and said, the second way is for you guys to become ghost cultivators and cultivate the ghost Tao to strengthen your souls. In the future, you guys can reconstruct your bodies after you become ghost immortals. He paused for a moment and said with a frown, however, this isn't the right way. Moreover, it's extremely difficult and envied by heaven. Once you fail, your soul will be destroyed. As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. The few of them were secretly thinking. Yi-Chen did not rush them. Instead, he sat down and let them choose confidently. After a while, Yi-Ming said slowly, Xiaochen, I've discussed with your second aunt. Let's enter reincarnation again. That's right. Your second uncle and I don't have much talent in cultivation. If we walk the path of ghost cultivators, our achievements will be limited. Moreover, will be your burden. Yang Hui nodded as well. She glanced at Yi Wen, who had tears all over her face reluctantly. However, the only thing we can't let go of is one win. I'll take care of one win. Yi-Chen sighed softly. In reality, he was no exception to second uncle and second aunt's choice. Lin Tai said without hesitation, My lord, I choose to become a ghost cultivator. I'm not afraid, even if my soul is destroyed. I'll enter reincarnation again. 18 years later, I'll be a good man again. Remember to look for me, kid. Old Chin smiled calmly. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he said, What if I reincarnate as a woman? Don't worry about that. I have my ways to let you guys choose your gender. Yi-Chen laughed out loud. Niu Qing-shan said in the end, I'll enter reincarnation too. That night, Yi-Chen appeared in various places in China one after another. Most of the places he went to were hospitals where newborn babies were about to be born. He sent the souls of second uncle, second aunt, Niu Qing-shan, and Old Chin into the stomachs of 4 pregnant women. Although the 4 pregnant women were pregnant and were about to give birth, due to various reasons, their souls did not come to reincarnate. They were destined to give birth to retarded babies. However, after Niu Qing-shan and the rest souls were sent into the 4 hospitals, the sound of babies crying could be heard. Yi-Chen kept his mouth shut when faced with Yi Wen and the government's inquiry. He even sacrificed 50 years of his lifespan to perform a secret technique to hide the secret. His goal was not to let anyone know where the 4 of them were reincarnated to prevent any accidents. The price was that his hair turned white overnight. As for Lin Tai, he seemed to have sent him to Fengdu. There was energy that was suitable for Lin Tai to walk the path of a ghost cultivator. Second uncle and second aunt's matter has come to fruition. I've fulfilled one of my wishes. Next, I'll go look for Yuhan and my parents. Yi-Chen looked at his white hair in the mirror. His gaze became extremely gentle as he listened to his daughters, even breathing. P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated today. Today is the last day of 2019. Thank you for your company for a year. I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. I wish everyone good health and good luck in 2020. End of this chapter. Chapter 1055. Although the final battle between the East and the West had ended, the shock it caused affected the entire world. It was like a heavy bomb had been dropped on Earth, and it could not be eliminated in a short period of time. As time passed, Yi Chen, Yi Wushuang, and the rest's achievements were completely exposed. All of a sudden, the name Mad Southern Yi was remembered by countless people and forces around the world. Next was Ying. This person's influence around the world was no less than Yi Chen's. However, after attacking Mount Olympus, Ying and his men disappeared completely. Some people said that when Ying attacked Mount Olympus, he was severely injured by the holy weapon left behind by the king of gods, Zeus, and died from his injuries. Some people said that Mad Southern Yi and Ying fought for the position of the Earth's #1, and Ying died in the battle. All in all, there were many different opinions about Ying's whereabouts. Everyone had their eyes on Yi Qin. Coupled with China's support, Mad Southern Yi officially became the #1 and reigned supreme in the world. At the same time, orders not to provoke Mad Southern Yi and not to provoke China were spread everywhere. Countless Chinese powerhouses were excited about this outcome. There was nothing more exciting than having their own country dominate the world. Many small countries in East Asia worshipped Chinese martial arts and sent envoys to China to pay their respects. Everyone thought that China would refuse. After all, this was an act of stealing and they were competitors. However, they did not know that Yi Chen had agreed to all of this. At that moment, an extremely shocking news spread throughout the world. China's corpse emperor has invited the Earth's #1, Mad Southern Yi, to battle in the sky. There's no time limit. The world was shocked when the news spread. Many Chinese cultivation families were shocked. What? Ying is still alive, and he wants to challenge Mr. Yi? This person is just messing around. Since we're all Chinese, why should we care about who the so-called #1 is? That's right. This person really doesn't give up. In my opinion, there's no need for Mr. Yi to agree to his invitation. Countless Chinese powerhouses were furious. On the other hand, some people in the West with ulterior motives were extremely excited when they heard the news. Great, great. No matter who dies in the battle between two Chinese powerhouses, it'll be a huge loss for China. It's best if both of them die together. In that case, the Chinese cultivation world will lose its pillar, and it'll be our chance to rise. Will Mad Southern Yi agree? In less than half a day, the whole world's attention had been attracted. Some were looking forward to it. Some were gloating under the watchful eyes of everyone. Star Group finally spoke. Mad Southern Yi, the master of Star Group, will accept this battle. Since you want to fight, we can fight now. As soon as these words came out, the whole world was shocked. Just as everyone came from afar to watch this earth-shattering battle, they realized that Mad Southern Yi and Ying had chosen to fight in the sky 10,000 meters away. They actually want to fight in the starry sky? My God, that place is more than 10,000 meters away from the ground. In a vacuum zone, all gravity will lose its effect. Insane. Both of them are insane. They chose to fight so far away. Are they not afraid of stirring up a spatial storm? It's a pity that we won't be able to observe the battle from a close distance. We can only monitor it through satellites. Countless people were disappointed and sighed. That afternoon, Tiannan, Lin City, outside a wetland park that was close to 1,000 acres. At this moment, a dense crowd of people had gathered. Almost half of the cultivation world in China was included, and there were even powerhouses who were not afraid of the Kunlun ruins. The wetland park was also given to Star Group by the country. To be precise, it was given to Yi Chen's private ownership. Meanwhile, the name Lin City Wetland Park had been changed to Star Mountain. This would be Yi Chen's real territory. Only those who were related to him were qualified to enter, and this place had become a holy land for Chinese cultivators. The spiritual energy was like water, and there were many holy medicines. Its status was second only to the Kunlun ruins. Even though there were thousands of people surrounding the scene, it was extremely quiet. No one dared to make a sound. Countless pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the Star Mountain, their eyes filled with reverence and fanaticism. Swoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from Star Mountain, followed by a huge sword gleam. The sword gleam was like a rainbow that connected heaven and earth. Its entire body surged with divine radiance, and there was a faint, immortal glow. Meanwhile, the white-haired Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back on the sword gleam. He moved with the sword and arrived above everyone's heads in an instant. Boom, 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 following a series of explosions, the tens of thousands of people present knelt on one knee. Their voices shook the sky, magical and powerful. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Tens of thousands of people roared in unison. The momentum was comparable to a magnificent army galloping over, causing one's emotions to surge. Riding on the wind on the sword, I'll exterminate the devil between heaven and earth." An old man stared blankly at the white-haired figure in the sky with an extremely excited expression. Immortal. Mr. Yi is indeed the reincarnation of an immortal. Fellow cultivators, please rise. Yi Qin looked around and sized up the crowd. Then he waved his sleeve lightly. The people on the ground felt a strange power descend from heaven and earth, causing them to stand up uncontrollably. Many Western powerhouses hidden among them felt their scalps go numb, as expected of the Earth's number one. Such strength has probably surpassed a saint, right? Zi Qingtsang revealed his avatar in the sky and hesitated. Fellow Yi, have you really decided to fight Ing? As his voice fell, the rest nodded. Mr. Yi, you represent China now. You mustn't put yourself in danger for the sake of personal feelings. That's right, Mr. Yi. The reason why China is where it is today is all thanks to you. If anything happens to you, at that moment, many people stood up and expressed that they did not want Yi Qin to accept the battle. Yi Qin's current status in the Chinese cultivation world could be said to be a living immortal. He was supported by countless people, and his status was not low. Yi Qin could not help but smile after hearing everyone's words. Everyone, don't worry. This battle is destined. I'm not willing to back down, and I won't back down. Seeing that he had made up his mind, everyone could not continue persuading him. They could only sigh secretly. Yi Wen led Xiaoye and the rest out and said worriedly, "Brother, how long will it take for you to return?" "I'll be back in at least 1 day, at most 3 days. You guys have to guard the house." Yi Qin laughed out loud. With a thought, he set up the sword gleam again and shot into the 9 heavens galaxy directly. Her graceful bearing made countless people bow down to her. The flawless chapter of Demon Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. Those who like Evildoer Nanny in the City, please collect. Evildoer Nanny in the City's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1056. The so-called universe was the universe in all directions, and since ancient times it had been called the universe. Since ancient times, countless people had rushed to explore the space beyond Earth. They were all guessing if there were other planets with life in the vast universe other than Earth. In the boundless, dark, and cold Earth's starry sky, Yi Qin soared on his sword. His speed was almost 10 times faster than the speed of sound. At his mid-stage, nascent, soul true origin, the so-called gravity no longer affected him. As for breathing, it was even more difficult. After all, as long as a cultivator stepped into foundation building, they could abstain from eating. As long as they had spiritual energy to replenish themselves, they would not die even if they did not eat, drink, or breathe. After an hour of flying on his sword, Yi Qin finally broke through the atmosphere and arrived at the starry sky beyond Earth. It was a vacuum, silent and breathless. It was like a dark space with no end and only stars twinkling in the distance. In a certain vacuum, a man in a black dragon robe stood there quietly. He did not move at all, as if he was dead, or like a floating corpse wandering in space. Whoosh, 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 a huge sword gleam swept over. The man in the black dragon robe, who was initially motionless, suddenly opened his deep eyes. "You're finally here!" Yi Qin leaped down from the sword gleam and took a step toward the man. "You've chosen a good battlefield." Powerhouses are not animals in the zoo, nor are they acrobatic monkeys. They don't need to be watched by others for their every word and action. Ing smiled faintly, his eyes as deep as a bottomless black hole. "Don't you think this place is suitable for the 2 of us?" Yi Qin smiled without saying anything. "Powerhouses are lonely." Ing closed his eyes slowly as if he was feeling something. He spread his hands slightly. "The mortal world is too noisy. Only here can I find the feeling of sitting alone on the dragon throne and looking down on the world. You must remember that you're not the real Emperor Qin. That one is still lying in the imperial mausoleum." Yi Qin interrupted him. "You're just Emperor Qin's evil body. In the end, you can only be considered his inner demon or the embodiment of evil. No, Ing was not angry at all. He shook his head slightly. To be precise, I am the first emperor's ambition. Only I can help him suppress everything and eradicate the enemies, Yi Qin said, whether it's an inner demon or an ambition. Since you've invited me to fight you today, what's the point of saying that? Look, as if he hadn't heard anything, Ing looked down at Earth with a solemn expression on his face. Yi Qin looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the entire Earth was enveloped by a halo. The halo was like a huge, colorful cotton candy. However, this ball of cotton candy was now incomparably incomplete, as if someone had poked a few holes in it with their fingers. The seal on Earth is disappearing. Yi Qin narrowed his eyes and frowned. Last time, when the great tribulation of heaven and earth descended, great enemies from the outer realms invaded Earth. Many experts on Earth died in battle, and humanity was on the verge of extinction. At the critical moment, the heavenly Tao transformed into a human and killed the great enemies from the outer realms. However, it also caused her body to shatter and turn into 9 stone tablets to protect Earth. The remaining power sealed the barrier between Earth and the outer realms. It was precisely because of this that Earth had been able to develop safely until today. With the recovery of spiritual energy and the theft of 3 of the stone tablets, the seal's power gradually began to disappear. That's right. Ing nodded slowly. 6 months. If this continues, the great tribulation of heaven and earth will descend again in less than 6 months. He looked at Earth with pity. By then, Earth will no longer have the power to resist. Civilization will be destroyed and billions of people will become slaves of the powerhouses from the outer realms. What are you trying to say? Yi Qin said. Ing lifted his eyes slightly and looked at him steadily. If I'm not mistaken, you've already started heading to the ancient, desolate realm, right? That's right. Yi Qin admitted it openly. After all, the passage to the ancient, desolate realm was still in the other party's hands. Then, do you know why the ancient, desolate realm exists? Ing suddenly smiled, a hint of mockery flashing through his eyes. Yi Qin was stunned at first. Then he said, according to what I know, although the ancient, desolate realm is an independent world, it's in the same parallel space as Earth. It's a little like there are 2 egg yolks in an eggshell, and these 2 egg yolks share the egg liquid. You're right. Ing looked at him deeply. Obviously, he did not expect him to describe it in such a way. He stretched his neck and said calmly, just as you said, the ancient, desolate realm and Earth share the same roots, but even I don't know when it was born. At this point, he changed the topic. However, that's not important anymore. Just like you, I'm about to head to the ancient, desolate realm. I want to take back what I've lost. Some people must die. 9. Yi Qin's eyes focused. Not just the 9. Ing smirked coldly, his eyes like lightning. There are also the remnants of the 6 nations. Apart from fighting you, I also want to invite you to join forces with me to destroy the ancient, desolate realm. I'm sorry. Yi Qin interrupted him. Whether it's destroying the ancient, desolate realm or ruling the ancient, desolate realm, I'm not interested. I just want to find my family. Ing was not surprised by his rejection at all, as if he had guessed it long ago. Instead, he said with a spurious smile, what if I say that your wife is under the control of the 9 families? Where did you get this information from? Yi Qin looked at him suddenly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Of course it's my guess. Ing ignored him. I just want to tell you, Mad Southerny, that it's not up to you to decide what happens in this world. Fate is not up to you. My fate is up to me, not the heavens, Yi Qin said with a sneer. If the so-called fate wants to arrange for me, if the so-called heavens want to stop me, then I'll go against this fate and the heavens. Very well, since that's the case, let's fight. Ying's battle intent surged. I won't hold back in this battle. If you die, I'll go to the ancient, desolate realm in the future to find your wife for you. With that, he took a step forward. The starry sky shook. Almost at that moment, the upper echelons of various countries were guarding the space agency. They stared at Yi Chen and Ing on the screen. They're making their move. They're finally making their move. Increase the quality of the image. We can't miss their movements. Countless upper echelons gave the order. However, to their disappointment, the image on the satellite screen jumped violently the moment Yi Chen and Ing fought. Then it became completely blurry and turned into a wavy screen, accompanied by noise. Those who like Evildoer Nanny in the city, please collect. Evildoer Nanny in the city's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1057. What's going on? Why can't I see them? Report, the satellite can't capture these two people anymore. What? How is that possible? Similar scenes appeared in the space administrations of various countries at almost the same time. The battle between Yi Chen and Ing disappeared from the public sight. All everyone could see was the wavy screen, filled with noise. It was this scene that caused everyone's heart to involuntarily rise to their throats. Who won and who lost this battle? It had become the focus of everyone's attention. The most nervous one was none other than China. After all, Yi Chen carried the hopes of too many people. Brother, you must win. Yi Wen and the others stood quietly on the rooftop of the star building, looking up at the starry sky. Their beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Don't worry. Although Ing is insane, it's impossible for him to kill fellow Yi. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring said calmly before taking the green ox outside to fool around. On the old site of Mount Olympus, an old smoking man and an old man in a suit stood at the peak of the mountain, their eyes shooting straight into the sky. The smoking old man took a puff on his pipe. Who do you think will win? I'm more concerned about whether the battle between these two will speed up the dissipation of the Earth Seal. The smoking old man looked around. Strange. Where did Zeus's Tao fruit go? Time passed quickly. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Chen and Ing were still uncontactable. Various countries used all kinds of high-tech technology to investigate the starry sky, but they did not find any signs of life. Just when everyone thought that the two of them had died together, a sword gleam appeared on the satellite videos again. The white-haired Yi Chen returned to Earth unscathed, but Ying's whereabouts were nowhere to be found. Mad Southern Yi was back. The news was like rolling thunder, quickly spreading throughout the world in a short period of time. All countries were shocked. Countless people in China were excited. Yi Chen's return and Ying's disappearance. It meant that Yi Chen had won this battle. From now on, Yi Chen officially reigned supreme in the world. He deserved the title of Earth's #1. Tiannan's Star Mountain. Brother. Master. Daddy. When Yi Chen returned, many of his relatives welcomed him. They were filled with excitement. Yi Chen shuddered and said with a pale face, I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a month. Don't disturb me during this period. We'll talk about everything after I come out of closed-door cultivation. With that, he disappeared. Yi Wen and the rest, who were where they were, seemed to have recalled something. Their faces could not help but turn pale. They could tell that Yi Chen was injured. Ing is indeed powerful. The Patriarch of Hell took a deep breath and said with a rather solemn expression, The powerful fellow Yi is also injured. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him before. I'll kill him. Sword intent surged in Yi Wushuang's eyes. He was about to leave without saying anything. Where are you going to kill him? Patriarch Yellow Spring hurriedly stopped him. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he said, Besides, you don't know whether Ing is dead or alive. Yi Wushuang was stunned. That sounds like it. Time flew. 1 month later, Yi Chen broke out of closed-door cultivation and immediately summoned Zi Qingsong and the other saints, Old Wang from the United Front Department, Liang from the Dragon King Palace, and the core members of the Star Group. Everyone gathered in front of him. Yi Chen was the first to look at Old Wang. Old Wang, how are the preparations for the University of Cultivation going? Old Wang said, the location has been chosen and it's under construction. The list of new students is still being made. If nothing goes wrong, it will be completed in a month. It's too slow. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Let's speed up. We have less than half a year left. Sensing the worry in his words, Li Ying could not help but ask, Palace Master, are you trying to say something? Everyone looked at him in unison. Yi Chen eventually said when he met their gazes, to be honest, there was a great calamity between heaven and earth thousands of years ago. This calamity came from outer space. As soon as that was said, some people's expressions changed. Some could not believe it, and some were shocked. Only Ziqing and the other powerhouses from the Kunlun ruins had solemn expressions and did not say a word. Old Wang pursed his lips and said, the country has also paid attention to this matter, but we don't know much about it. All you need to know is that this calamity can almost destroy the entire Earth. Any technology can't withstand a single blow from it. Yi Chen said slowly, our enemies come from the distant starry sky. They have a more brilliant cultivation system than us. The world they live in is more advanced than Earth. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. Brother, is there no hope for us? Yi Wen bit her lip and said, didn't you say that there was a great calamity in the past? Didn't we stop too? Ms. Yi is right. We can survive the great calamity 1,000 years ago. There's no reason why we can't survive this time. Someone agreed. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The calamity 1,000 years ago was an exception. It can't be replicated. Our calamity this time is even more terrifying than before. At this point, he looked at Old Wang again. Old Wang, this is the reason why I asked you to accept the Western cultivators. It's because the calamity that we're about to face is not something that China can withstand alone. This is a calamity that threatens the entire human race. We need the entire world to work together. In the days that I'm not around, I hope that you can communicate with other countries. It's best if you leak this matter, but don't spread it widely. I understand. Old Wang nodded repeatedly. Xiaoya noticed what he was implying, and she instantly said, Master, where are you going? Only Yi Wen and Yang Tian seemed to have thought of something, and excitement flashed through their eyes. I'm going to a very distant place. Yi Chen looked up at the sky with gentleness in his eyes. The date of my return hasn't been set, but I'll try my best to return before the calamity arrives. Then I'll go with you. Almost at that moment, Yi Wen, Xiaoya, Tang Ning, Yushasha, Yang Tian, and the rest who were close to him spoke at the same time. Yi Chen was their spiritual pillar. Naturally, they had to follow him wherever he went. No. Yi Chen shook his head and rejected. I won't bring too many people with me this time. You guys don't have to follow me. Look after this family for me, and work hard to increase your strength. After saying that, he raised his head to look at Ziqing and the other powerhouses of the Kunlun ruins. Everyone, you already know the situation. At this moment, all personal interests are illusory, so I need you to cooperate with China and work hard to pass on what you've learned to the world. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Yi. Ziqing cupped his fists and said, this is a matter of life and death for us. I'm not so senile that I'm muddle-headed. I also believe that no one will dare to have second thoughts. At this point, he could not help but look at the people from the Tao sect, the Demon sect, and the other high sects beside him. We won't dare to be disloyal. The others cupped their fists. That's a relief. Yi Chen's frown eased up as he mumbled to himself. Yuhan, Dad, Mom, and my unborn brother and son. I've brought my daughter here to look for you guys. Our family is finally reunited. P.S. The 3rd chapter, the Plot of the Earth chapter, has officially ended. Next, Yi Chen will head to the ancient desolate realm to look for the female lead. The follow-up is very exciting. Thank you for everyone's support. From tomorrow onwards, I'll maintain 4 chapters a day. Keep the updates steady. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The error-free chapter of Demon Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile play bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile play bar. Evildoer Nanny Dad in the City. Please collect. Evildoer Nanny Dad in the City's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1058. A few days after deciding to head to the ancient, desolate realm, Yi Qin did not depart immediately. Instead, he changed his appearance and began traveling around the world with them. The people who traveled with him were Yi Wushuang, the Patriarch of Hell, Xiaohe, the Green Ox, and of course Ming Ming. The group started from Ice City in the extreme north of China and headed toward the southernmost part of the world. Although they were not slow, it still took them a few days. On the morning of the 5th day, the group arrived at the ancient Egyptian Sphinx and the pyramids. "Daddy, is this the pyramid?" The little girl in Yi Chen's embrace widened her eyes. She looked at the pyramids before her in shock. "It's so tall!" Yi Chen's face was filled with love as he pointed. "That's right, my dear daughter. Do you see the biggest one? That's the Great Pyramid of Giza." The little girl struggled out of his embrace and walked into the distance, as if she wanted to take a closer look at the Great Pyramid of Giza. Yi Wushuang followed quickly. On the other hand, the Patriarch of Hell yawned and said, "Fellow Yi, why are you so free to bring us around the world?" The Patriarch of Hell was puzzled by Yi Chen's sudden idea. He did not show much interest on his face. After all, to the Patriarch, these were either rocks or desolate deserts. It was meaningless. He might as well look at girls. "I'm waiting for someone." Yi Chen smiled lightly. The Patriarch of Hell was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said immediately, "Don't tell me you're waiting for Ing?" At this point, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. "Ing isn't dead? Didn't you have a great battle with him?" "He's close to immortality." Yi Chen smiled lightly and said slowly, "Moreover, I didn't say that he's dead, did I? Is he coming to the ancient, desolate realm with us?" The Patriarch of Hell deduced. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. His gaze landed on his daughter in the distance. His eyes were filled with tenderness. After his battle with Ing left with serious injuries. However, before he left, he asked Yi Chen to wait for him for 40 days. This was also the reason why Yi Chen was not in a hurry to go to the ancient, desolate realm. After all, the location of the passage entrance between the two realms was still in Ying's hands. Furthermore, his daughter was already 5 years old. Ever since she was born, she had never left China, let alone experienced the vastness of the world. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to travel around the world with his daughter. They went to different places to experience different cultures. In order not to be disturbed, they even changed their appearances. Of course, there were some who were ignorant during this period, but they were all completely wiped out by Yi Wushuang from this world. Even though Yi Chen did not nod, the Patriarch of Hell still took a good look at him. Clearly, he vaguely guessed that the relationship between Yi Chen and Ing was not as simple as it seemed. Yi Chen walked over and picked his daughter up. He said while smiling, "My dear daughter, have you finished reading? We still have to go to the Acropolis of Athens. Daddy, I want to see the hometown of lavender. It smells good." The little girl hugged his neck and breathed out. "All right, let's go to Provence." In less than 10 days, Yi Chen had traveled almost all over the world with his daughter, leaving memories of the father and daughter everywhere. At noon on the 11th day, Yang City's Hanjing Street was a place similar to a village in the city. There was a coal mine nearby, so it was considered bustling with people. At the intersection, there was a tofu cart. A smoking old man and an old man in a suit were arguing about the taste of the tofu pudding. "Smoker, I think the savory tofu pudding is better. Didn't you see that the young man said it's not bad? You lost. Pay up, pay up." The old man in the suit grabbed a young man and rolled up his sleeves to argue with the smoking old man next to him. The young man in front of him flushed red. Clearly, he did not expect the two old men to argue like this over a bowl of tofu pudding. Didn't he say that my sweet tofu pudding tastes good too? The smoking old man took a puff of the cigarette in his hand and said unhappily, "Humph, moreover, you scared the young man like that. No one would dare to say that it's not delicious. Since we can't decide the winner, why don't we get another person to taste it?" The old man in the suit knew that he was in the wrong, so he thought of another idea. "Don't worry, I won't disturb him this time." "Let's compete then. Tortoises are afraid of iron hammers." The smoking old man agreed immediately. Then he looked at the crossroads, obviously looking for a new target. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the side. "Why don't you let me try?" The two of them turned around and saw a thin, white-haired young man slowly walking towards them. The young man was in his early 20s and had a very ordinary face. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. The most eye-catching thing about him was his head of white hair, which gave people the feeling that he had experienced something in the past that he couldn't walk away from. The moment he saw the young man, the face of the young man was caught lit up. He thought to himself, finally a fool came. Now I don't have to be stuck in the middle. What puzzled him was that the two old men who were arguing earlier revealed surprised expressions on their faces when they saw the white-haired young man. "What? You don't welcome me?" Yi Chen took a good look at the two of them, quietly. There was no emotion on his face at all. "Since the two of you are selling tofu pudding here, you won't reject me, right?" "No. As the saying goes, anyone who comes is a guest. There's no reason to turn a guest away." The smoking old man chuckled. Subsequently, he brought a stool over enthusiastically. "Come, have a seat." Yi Chen did not feel awkward at all. He sat on the stool at ease and lifted his eyes to look around. Cultivating in a busy city is a good place. I guess this is what it means to be a hermit in the wilderness and a hermit in the city, right? I'm just selling 2 bowls of tofu pudding to make a living. How can I be a hermit in the wilderness? The old man in the suit said calmly before saying, "I wonder what kind of tofu pudding you would like, little brother." "What kind of tofu pudding do you guys have here?" Yi Chen said. The young man at the side chuckled maliciously. "We have sweet tofu pudding and savory tofu pudding." "I want tofu pudding with diced orange and black beans," Yi Chen said calmly. The two old men's expressions changed when they heard that. Clearly, they were shocked by Yi Chen's request. Tofu pudding with diced orange and black beans? The young man at the side was stunned. Is there such tofu pudding? Why haven't I eaten it before? It's diced orange and black beans. Young people don't have much experience. Just because you haven't eaten it before doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Yi Chen glanced at him coldly. The young man was a little unconvinced when he saw that Yi Chen was only in his 20s, but he said that he was a young man. Yi Chen then looked at the two old men slowly. "If I say there is, then there is. I believe that the two of you can fulfill my request, right?" The flawless chapter of The Genius Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. Those who like Evildoer Nanny in the City, please collect. Evildoer Nanny in the City's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1059. Why not? The smoking old man laughed dryly and said, "Since we're open for business, our aim is naturally to satisfy our customers. Even if we don't, we'll try our best to do it." "That's right." The old man in the suit was very amiable. The young man at the side was dumbfounded when he saw that. He remembered that the two old men in front of him did not treat him like this earlier. The old man in the suit took out a handful of change and was about to leave when he put it in his pocket. "Shall I go buy some oranges and black beans now?" "Wait, I'm not done yet." Yi Chen spoke again and shook his head. "For my tofu pudding with black beans, the tofu pudding has to be 80% cooked, 10% raw, and the remaining 10% colored with mashed bananas." It tastes like pineapple. As soon as he said that, The young man at the side could not help but say, "Brother, are you here to cause trouble?" He had lived for more than 20 years, but it was the first time he had heard of tofu pudding being eaten in such a way. It was either oranges and black beans or mashed bananas, and it tasted like pineapple. "Brother, I'm warning you. Don't cause trouble." At this point, the man stood up by instinct. I know someone in the nearby detachment. However, Yi Chin merely glanced at him. Just one glance. The young man seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss. Then he fell straight onto the stool, snoring loudly. The two old men seemed to have not seen anything during the entire process. They were still smiling. "Forget it. I'll have an ordinary tofu pudding." Yi Chin shook his head lightly. "All right, just you wait." The smoking old man shouted and turned around. He scooped 3 pieces of tofu pudding from the wooden bucket with a ladle and brought them to Yi Chin. He even included a portion of chili oil dip. Yi Chin picked up his chopsticks and picked up a small piece gently. He looked at it quietly and suddenly said, "Don't you guys think this tofu pudding looks like human brain?" Tofu pudding was a local specialty snack in Yang City. To put it bluntly, it was actually tofu pudding. However, in the local area, tofu pudding was just a unified name. It was divided into old tofu pudding and tender tofu pudding, and tender tofu pudding was tofu pudding. The old man in the suit teased, "You really know how to joke. It's clearly tofu pudding, so why does it look like a human's brain?" "That's right. Don't tell me that when you see a mashed banana you think it's rice." The smoking old man also smiled. "Yeah." Yi Chin nodded. "It's clearly tofu pudding. Why do I think it's a human brain? That's strange. It's like I once planted 2 seeds and waited for them to ripen, only to turn into 2 people halfway through." At this point, he could not help but look up at the 2 old men. "Don't you think this is magical?" At that moment, the 2 old men's eyes froze. Then they stared straight at Yi Chin. Yi Chin looked into his eyes. A few seconds later, it was the smoking old man who laughed dryly. This little brother's words are really interesting. How can a fruit become a human? Unless you planted a human from the beginning. That's right. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Therefore, you reap what you sow. This is in line with the laws of nature. The old man in the suit nodded. "Be it melons, beans, or people," Yi Chin interrupted the 2 of them. "It's all my hard work, isn't it?" However, in the end, it was all for naught. Perhaps the fruit you planted has its own difficulties and can't say goodbye to you or explain it to you. The smoking old man's tone was very natural. "Then do you think I should let it go?" Yi Chin ate a piece of tofu pudding and said with a non-committal smile, "I can't be sure if these 2 fruits are poisonous. What if they poison someone to death? Since they're fruits, I don't think they're poisonous, right?" The old man in the suit said in all seriousness. "Moreover, if I'm a fruit that you painstakingly planted, I wouldn't bear to poison others." "I see." Yi Chin continued to move his chopsticks. He changed the topic. "I'm about to go on a long journey. Do you think the 2 fruits I planted will choose to poison others because they've lost their fear? I don't think so." The smoking old man was extremely sincere. After those 2 fruits fell to the ground, there was not a single speck of dust. Instead, they would only turn into spring mud and protect the flowers. "Thank you for answering my questions." "I think I understand." Yi Chin did not seem to understand. He then put down the chopsticks in his hand. "The tofu pudding is not bad. I like tofu pudding with the smell of smoke. I'll come back to taste it if I have the chance." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the distance. His figure completely disappeared from this world like a ghost. After watching him leave, the 2 old men heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They felt cold sweat on their backs. What a powerful aura! The eyes of the old man in the suit flickered, as expected of the Emperor of the Age of Doom. I had a feeling that if we hesitated for a moment, he would attack us. That's right. If this kid can survive the great calamity of the world, he will definitely become a heaven illuminator overlord. Fortunately, He has already sensed our sincerity. Otherwise, the two of us would have to fight him today. The smoking old man nodded slightly and said in confusion, "However, what did that kid mean by his last sentence?" "He's warning us." The old man in the suit said indifferently, "This kid can't accept an otherworldly and self-righteous God." 3 days later, in the depths of the 100,000 mountains of Kunlun ruins, Yi Chen stood quietly in the air while carrying his daughter. The patriarch of Hell, Green Ox, Yi Wushuang, and Xiaohei stood next to him. Patriarch Yellow Spring looked at the mountains under his feet. "Fellow Taoist Yi, do you think it will come? Also, is there really a teleportation array down there?" Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, he suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky. He saw several plumes of thick smoke rolling over. The leading cloud of smoke was in the shape of a dragon. Its claws tore through the sky, and its body shook the heavens. It was incomparably ferocious. "This guy seems to have gotten stronger again." Patriarch Yellow Spring stared at Ing with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Even though I've stepped into the nascent soul stage, I still feel as if there's a cold glint in front of him." Boom! As the thick smoke dissipated, a black figure fell into the 100,000 mountains, and then the entire mountain range faintly trembled a few times. In the next moment, an astonishing formation power spread out from the mountain range, accompanied by a faint suction force that could devour heaven and earth. Oh my! So this formation is hidden in the earth vein and preserved by the earth vein chi. No wonder we couldn't sense it. When the Patriarch of Hell saw all of this, he clicked his tongue. He was clearly extremely surprised. Right at this moment, a loud shout was heard. "Mad Southern Yi, the formation has been opened. If you don't enter now, when will you? Let's go." Yi Chen took a step out and charged straight to the center of the enormous formation power. He extended his arm and protected his daughter tightly. Under the incomparably violent power, the little girl snuggled on his chest like a kangaroo and said timidly, "Daddy, are we going to look for Mommy and the rest?" "Yes." Yi Chen lowered his head and kissed her. He said gently, "Daddy will bring you to look for Mommy and Grandpa and Grandma. P.S. There are still 2 more chapters. I'm writing it now. It might be late." The flawless chapter of Genius Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. Those who like Evildoer Nanny in the City, please collect. Evildoer Nanny in the City's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1060. Amidst the violent void. Space was distorting as a frightening fluctuation spread through the void with an astonishing force. The endless cracks were like a spider web that covered the sky and the earth. And this spider web was also violently contracting in a certain direction. It gave people the feeling that they were in a wooden barrel, and they were rolling along with the barrel. The shock it caused was extremely terrifying. In the deep void, a ball of light sped along the void passage. Yi Chen, Ing, the Patriarch of Hell, Yi Wushuang, the Green Ox, Xiaohei, and the rest were standing on the ball of light. Yi Chen took a good look at Ing. "How did you know that there's an ancient teleportation formation deep in the Kunlun ruins, Sherwan Mountains?" Purple Cap Mountain was also located in the 100,000 mountains, but it didn't know that there was an ancient teleportation formation that led to the ancient barren world right under its nose. On the other hand, an outsider like Ing knew. "Naturally, I've known about it since 1,000 years ago." Ing stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "This ancient teleportation portal is the only one that leads to the ancient barren world." He could not help but look at Yi Chen when he said that. "I'm curious. How did you return from the ancient, desolate realm last time?" "It's also a formation. However, due to its age, it was only used once before it was destroyed," Yi Chen said. "The last time he returned to Earth from the ancient barren world, the matrix he used sent him directly to the extreme north. If it weren't for his strong physical body, he would have been annihilated in the void storm." Even though he didn't want to say much, Ing could vaguely guess that the formation wasn't that stable, so he said, "The transportation formation you used was probably built by someone with insufficient cultivation. Since you know me so well, do you know about the ghost ship?" Yi Chun probed intentionally. He already knew that the owner of the ghost ship had escorted Qian from the ancient barren world to Earth back then. The man in the middle-aged couple seemed to have the surname Qin. Qian's surname was also Qin, and the Ing in front of him was also surnamed Ing. He really wanted to know if these people were connected. After all, there seemed to be another Qin kingdom in the ancient barren world. Was this Qin kingdom the same as that Qin kingdom? Ghost ship? Ing was stunned at first. Then he said indifferently, "Of course." It said that it came from more than 100 years ago. In order to encircle the ghost ship, Shang Santian sent out many experts. Their methods can be said to be despicable. He paused and said, "I'm guessing that the ship came from the ancient barren world. However, for some reason, it landed on Earth and was murdered." Yi Chun looked at him quietly. At that moment, he could not tell if he really knew nothing or if he was playing dumb. Thinking of this, he asked again, did the descendants of the Qin dynasty also go to the ancient barren world? While they were talking, many spatial cracks suddenly appeared in the void beside them like broken mirrors. Ing Haosen reminded him, "Be careful, this is a space fragment. Once you are sucked into it, you will be crushed into pieces in an instant." If it was said that a thick wall could smash a car, then just a spatial crack could cause a space with a radius of 1,000 feet to faintly shatter. As soon as he finished speaking, countless spatial cracks swept towards everyone. There were even faint flashes of lightning in the void. "That's not right." Yi Chun suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Why is there void thunder here?" Qin Jian and the rest behind Ing barely dodged it and said with pale faces, "What is void thunder?" Before Yi Chun could speak, the Patriarch of Hell spoke first. The so-called void thunder is a type of lightning in the void storm. This lightning can break through extremely fragile space. Once a person is struck, they will be pulled into the void rift. At this point, he could not help but frown. However, according to what the Patriarch knows, the void thunder is usually in a dormant state. Why would it appear so frequently? Moreover, it seems to be targeting us. Yi Chun suddenly pinched his fingers. His expression changed a few times as he said, "Someone is plotting against us." "What did you say?" Ying's gaze turned cold. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said with a cold smile, "I know. What a great 9 families! What a great 9 families!" "My lord, could it be that the 9 families have made a move?" Qin Jian and the rest behind him said coldly. Ing laughed instead of being angry. "I'm irreconcilable with the 9 families, and the 9 families fear me, like a tiger. The powerhouses of the 9 families must have paid a huge price to deduce my whereabouts, so they wanted to kill me. The 9 families shall be destroyed." Qin Jian and the rest were filled with murderous intent. "He's right." Yi Chun nodded slowly and said, "Someone must have deduced you. That's why they used their divinity to trigger the void thunder, regardless of the consequences. They want to stop you from going to the ancient, desolate realm." Damn it! The Patriarch of Hell was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Isn't this dragging me into this? This grudge is formed." At this moment, the green ox suddenly cried out, "First Master, Second Master, don't you feel that something's wrong?" "It seems like the void is trembling." The green ox's tone was trembling. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bolts of void lightning surged in front of them. They were like black snakes that covered the sky and earth as they smashed at Yi Chun and the rest. So many void lightning? The Patriarch of Hell was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. Even Yi Chun could not help but take a deep breath in. The power of the teleportation formation can't protect us anymore. Everyone, let's use our own methods while the teleportation power is collapsing. Although the void lightning could not cause fatal damage to him, The teleportation power that enveloped them was indeed unstoppable. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt the teleportation power that enveloped them disperse with a loud bang. The surrounding space suddenly shattered, and terrifying suction forces spread out from within. Grab a trace of teleportation power! The Patriarch of Hell roared furiously. He suddenly grabbed a trace of teleportation power with one hand and fell into a crack. Following closely behind him were Qin Jian, Bai Xian, Meng Yi, and Zhang Han. The green ox directly swallowed a trace of the teleportation power and fell into a crack with a cry. 9 schools! You won't be able to kill me no matter how hard you try. Just you wait. When I descend upon the Kunlun ruins, it will be the time for all of you to be destroyed. Ing laughed out loud. He actually took the initiative to dash into a spatial crack and relied on his physical body to endure it. Wu Shuang, Xiaohei, when you arrive at the Kunlun ruins, remember to go to the Tianfeng Sea area and find a place called the King Mu Fort. Just wait for me there. Yi Chen reminded quickly when he saw Yi Wushuang and Xiaohei being sucked into the crack as well. Before he could finish his words, a huge crack swept towards him like the bloody mouth of a Taotai beast, directly sucking him in. P.S. There's still one more chapter for the 3rd chapter. I can't finish it. The flawless chapter of Genius Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. Everyone who likes Genius Nanny in the City, please bookmark it. Genius Nanny in the City's mobile game bar is the fastest. Chapter 1061. Rumble in the Spatial Storm. Yi Chen's body shone with intense light. At that moment, he was carrying his daughter with one hand and looking at the endless cracks around him with a serious expression. It's been half a day since I was sucked into the spatial countercurrent. I haven't stopped during this period of time. If it was on flat ground, I'm afraid I would have traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Yi Chen mumbled to himself. Although he could rely on his physical strength to protect himself from the violent countercurrent, it was not a solution in the long run. After all, he still had to use his true origin energy to protect the little girl in his arms. Once his true origin energy was exhausted, even he would have a headache. During this period of time, he had taken out medicinal pills to recover his true origin energy more than once, but there was a limit to the medicinal pills. My true origin energy can only last for an hour. Yi Chen's expression could not help but turn grim as he sensed the lack of energy coming from his dantian. At that moment, a dragon-like roar came from the spatial turbulence in front of him. It swept at Yi Chen from all directions. On the other hand, the latter was delighted. There's light. It seems like there's an exit in this turbulence. His eyesight was excellent. Through the turbulence, he saw a resplendent light in the endless darkness in the distance. Without any hesitation, he activated his remaining true origin energy with all his might and charged towards the resplendent light in the distance. I'm close, less than 3,000 meters away. Another 5,000 meters. 300 meters. Boom! Yi Chen ignored all the turbulence that was coming at him. In the end, he smashed heavily onto the light. It was as if he had ignited a barrel of explosives, causing the turbulence behind him to collapse completely. The ancient, desolate realm was sealed in ice. The 1,000-meter-tall, snow-capped mountain seemed to have been chopped by a knife and an axe. It was abnormally steep. On this day, a golden light flashed through the sky at an extremely fast speed. The golden light was like a rainbow as it crashed into the snow-capped mountain like a hot knife through butter. Boom, boom, a 1,000-meter-tall, snow-capped mountain cracked in the middle. Then an earth-shattering avalanche occurred, rolling down like a huge torrent. After the avalanche stopped, a timid voice rang out from the world of ice and snow. "Daddy, are you all right?" Swoosh! As a golden light soared into the sky from the pile of snow, it landed on a relatively flat ground. Finally, a thin figure was revealed. It was Yi Chen who was carrying his daughter. The former dusted off the snow on his body and looked around. He then smiled and said, "What a strong spiritual energy. It's even stronger than the spiritual energy on Earth. Daddy, I'm a little cold." The little guy in his arms shrank his neck and said with a cold breath, "Eat a fire elemental pill." Yi Chin chuckled softly. He wanted to open his storage ring by instinct, but he realized that the spiritual energy in his body was completely depleted. The little fellow widened her black eyes and looked expectantly at his empty right hand. "Daddy, where's the fire yuan pill?" "Daddy's Jinyuan is used up, so I can't open the storage ring." "Wait until Daddy recovers his Jinyuan, then I'll give it to you, okay?" Yi Chin changed his posture and hugged her. He rubbed her cold little hand softly. "If you're cold, you can put your hands under my clothes." "No, if that's the case, Daddy will be cold too. Daddy will catch a cold." The little guy hurriedly shook his head. Yi Chin could not help but laugh when he heard that. "It's all right. Daddy will bring you away from here. It won't be cold when we go to a place with the sun." After saying that, he began to look around. What he saw was a boundless snowy peak. Even so, the air was still filled with spiritual energy. The presence of spiritual energy means that there are spirit herbs here. If I pick the spirit herbs and consume them, I might be able to recover some of my Zhenyuan. Yi Chin secretly nodded and said while frowning, "I wonder if this is the ancient desolate realm? Also, did Wu Shuang and the rest land in this realm?" With that, he carried the little girl and took a step forward. Even though he had lost his Zhenyuan, his strength did not decline by much. The mere snow mountain before him was nothing to him. After running for dozens of kilometers, Yi Chen still did not see any signs of life. Just when he was about to retract his divine consciousness, his eyes could not help but light up. "There's someone ahead!" His current divine consciousness could cover a radius of 5 kilometers, so he could vaguely sense that there seemed to be fighting sounds 5 kilometers away. On the north side of the ice field, more than 10 people were being besieged. The ones besieging them were demon wolves that were 30 meters tall. Each of these demon wolves was a martial venerable, and the leading demon wolf had even reached the pseudo-emperor stage. The most terrifying thing was that they could spit out ice blades from their mouths. They could even burrow into the ice, catching people off guard. 9 of the people besieged were wearing armor, and all of them were martial venerables. The 9 of them held shields and formed a battle formation, protecting the 2 women tightly. "Group leader, you go first. We'll cover the rear." A tall man glanced at the pack of wolves that surrounded them, and his face turned ashen. There were at least 40 to 50 wolves in front of them. Normally, the 9 of them would be able to escape unscathed. However, they had to protect the purple-clothed woman in the middle now. As a result, their energy was divided. "That's right, Your Highness. Let's go first." A red-clothed girl in the crowd grabbed the shoulder of a purple-clothed woman nervously. The former's face was extremely pale. Anlu City is 50 kilometers away. As long as we escape back to Anlu City, these beasts won't be able to do anything to us. "No, I'm not leaving." The purple-clothed girl tightly gripped a jade box in her hand, bit her lips and said, "Uncle Wu, in order to help me pick the ice jade mist lotus. 3 people have already died. Now that I've finally picked it, if we're leaving, we'll leave together." The woman was only 18 or 19 years old, but her tone was extremely determined when she said that. As soon as she finished speaking, the 9 lives guards around her were extremely touched. Roar! Suddenly a white demon wolf in the pack roared and stomped its feet on the ground. It soared into the sky and pounced at the crowd like a falling mountain. Boom! Boom! Ice blades tore through the air. "Retreat!" The 9 of them spoke in unison. They raised their shields high and blocked the countless ice blades. However, they were also sent flying, causing the formation to collapse completely. The 2 women in the middle were completely exposed to the wolves. Roar! The wolves in the surroundings immediately swarmed over. Seeing this scene, the purple-clothed woman suddenly stuffed the jade box in her hand into the red-clothed girl's hand and gave her a fierce push. Shwe, return alive. You must give the ice jade mist lotus to my father. Your Highness, don't! The red-clothed girl cried bitterly as she was pushed away. She could only watch helplessly as the wolves pounced over and covered the purple-clothed woman. Boom! At this moment, a snowball suddenly rolled over from afar. The snowball became bigger and bigger as it rolled, directly rolling into the wolf pack. Wherever the snowball passed, the wolves were smashed into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. The red-clothed girl and the purple-clothed woman were stunned. The 9 knights who had already lost all hope were also stunned. In the next moment, they heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Then, a skinny young man walked over with a little girl in his arms. Those who like Evildoer Nanny in the city, please collect. Evildoer Nanny in the city's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1062. The young man had a head of white hair, and his facial features were as handsome as a god's. His eyes were as deep as the galaxy, making it impossible to see the bottom. Roar! The remaining snow-white demon wolf roared and attacked Yi Qin when it saw so many of its clansmen die. You're courting death! Yi Qin scoffed coldly and did not move. He threw a light punch when the giant demon wolf pounced at him. The punch directly pierced through the latter's body. The latter let out an unwilling roar before exploding into a pool of blood mist. Pseudo-Emperor stage. When everyone saw this, their pupils constricted, including the purple-clothed girl. To be able to kill a pseudo-Emperor stage demon wolf with a single punch, other than being at the pseudo-Emperor stage or a pseudo-Emperor stage. How could he do it so cleanly? A few seconds later, the purple-clothed girl snapped back to her senses. She walked forward quickly and said to Yi Chun from afar while cupping her fists, "Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving us this time. The Langya Palace will definitely reward you handsomely after this." As soon as she finished speaking, the red-clothed girl and the 9 guards beside her stepped forward to thank her. Only one of them with a curly beard had a hint of vigilance flashing through his eyes. Yi Chen did not expose him after seeing his reaction. Instead, he looked at the purple-clothed girl and said, "I've been cultivating in the mountains for a long time and accidentally ended up here. May I know where this place is?" His tone was extremely cold, giving off an unquestionable feeling. Lu Fei was stunned at first, then she hurriedly said, "Senior Yi, this is the Lost Ice Plains, a great moat in the territory of our Daezong dynasty." Daezong dynasty? Yi Qin secretly frowned. It was the first time he had heard of this place. For a moment, he was not sure if he had arrived at the ancient, desolate realm. Thinking to this point, he could not help but ask, "How far is this place from the Tianfeng Sea area?" He still remembered that the last time he came to the ancient, desolate realm, he had descended into the Tianfeng Sea area. Therefore, he had gotten to know the people from the Qingmu fort and formed quite a few ties. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone revealed surprised expressions. Clearly, they did not expect him to ask this question. A few seconds later, Lu Fei cleared her throat and said, "Senior, you're not from the north, right?" "That's right." Yi Qin took in everyone's expressions and admitted it openly. Lu Fei revealed an expression of as expected. She smiled and said, "Senior, the Heaven Wind Sea area you're asking about is not within the northern region. It's at the border between the southern territory and the western desert." Yi Qin nodded calmly when he heard that. The boulder in his heart was completely relieved. Since Lu Fei knew about the Tianfeng Sea region, this meant that he had truly descended into the ancient barren world. He hadn't been swept to another world by the reversal of space. "Senior, since this is the first time you've come to the northern region, there must be many things that you don't understand." Lu Fei said again, "Why don't you come with me? I'll tell you everything I know." One of the 9 guards subconsciously said, "Group leader, this person's identity is unknown." Before he could finish, he was stopped by Lu Fei's cough. Only then did he realize that the person standing in front of them was a pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse. That's good too. Yi Qin nodded after thinking about it. Although he had been to the ancient barren world once, he did not know much about it. Moreover, he wanted to find out the whereabouts of Wu Shuang, the patriarch of hell, and the rest. Subsequently, Lu Fei and the rest tidied up and put away the demon wolf beast cores on the ground. They led Yi Qin away from the lost ice field. Along the way, Yi Qin found out that the ancient barren world was divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Barren Territory, the Southern Region, the Northern Region, the Western Desert, and the Central State. These 5 regions were vast, easily hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Ordinary people would not be able to travel there in their entire lives. Even for cultivators, it would take them several years to cross over. Therefore, the 5 regions were all connected by teleportation arrays. As for the Heaven Wind Sea area, it was an independent zone between the Southern Region and the Northern Region. In the Northern Region, there were many dynasties and countless sections. The Grand Dynasty was a super force in the Northern Region, ruling over dozens of dynasties of various sizes. Meanwhile, Lu Fei's father was the Duke of Langya, who was appointed by the Grand Dynasty. He had a trace of the royal family's bloodline. He ruled over the Langya County, which covered tens of thousands of kilometers. Lu Fei and the rest came to the Lost Ice Field to look for the Ice Jade Lotus. It was said that Lu Fei's father, the Duke of Langya, had a problem with his cultivation. Only the Ice Jade Lotus could cure the side effects. They had hidden it from their families and came out to look for it secretly. They did not expect to provoke the demon wolves, and 3 guards had died because of it. Meanwhile, the man who rejected Yi Qin earlier was called Wu Lai. He was the captain of the guards of the Langya Palace and had served in the army. During that period, Lu Fei had been testing Yi Qin's background and identity. However, with less than 20 years of life experience, she seemed very immature before Yi Qin. She was able to solve all of it. On the other hand, the red-clad girl called Shui kept staring at Yi Qin. Her gaze would occasionally fall on Yi Qin's hair and Meng Meng, who was in his embrace. The little girl mumbled while eating the spirit fruit that Lu Fei gave her. "Sister, why are you looking at my daddy like that? Don't tell me that you like my daddy." "I like your daddy." Shui was stunned at first, then she snickered. She said while blushing, "I'm wondering why your daddy's hair is all white at such a young age." "That's his style, sister. You don't understand." The little girl was like a machine gun, talking nonstop. Even Lu Fei was interested. "Fana, what style?" The little girl was rather impatient. "Style is style." Just when they were talking and laughing, Wu Lai suddenly said, "Are you a body cultivator senior?" As soon as that was said, Lu Fei and the rest looked at Yi Qin at the same time. There was an unspoken meaning in their eyes. They faintly recalled that when Yi Qin killed the wolves, there was no true energy fluctuation on him at all. Since he did not cultivate qi, he must have cultivated his body. Yi Qin nodded lightly and said, "You can say that." His true origin energy and supernatural power were almost gone now, so he could only fight with his physical strength. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to describe him as a body cultivator. As his voice fell, there was a hint of disdain in Wu Lai's eyes as he looked at him. Even the others were no longer as respectful as before. Even Lu Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. The so-called body cultivators were unable to step onto the path of qi cultivation because their meridians were blocked. They could only find another way to improve themselves by tempering their bodies and exhausting their potential. This kind of method was considered unorthodox in the orthodox path of cultivation. After all, the potential of the human body was limited, and it was equivalent to overdrafting one's life in advance. Yi Qin secretly frowned at the sudden change in everyone's attitude. Just when he was about to ask what was wrong, suddenly, the roars of demonic beasts rang out from afar. Then the entire ground began to rumble and shake, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Wu Lai was overjoyed. Miss, it's the stalwart tiger camp. The stalwart tiger camp under His Highness has come to receive us. Evildoer Nanny Dad in the city, please collect. Evildoer Nanny Dad in the city's mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1063. Rumble. The solid ground was shaking violently and sand and dust were rising into the sky at the end of the ground. At the next moment, black shadows rushed over like a torrent of steel. They carried a monstrous, murderous aura that made one's expression change. Yi Chen lifted his head and looked over. What he saw was an army of hundreds of people. Every one of them was a burly man in heavy armor with only his eyes left. Beneath his crotch were many ferocious tigers with black stripes all over their bodies. Each of the tigers was at the Zhongshe realm. As expected of the ancient, desolate realm, Yi Chen nodded secretly. If this combat power was on Earth before the spiritual energy recovery, it would be enough to sweep through any country. Whoosh! The hundreds of cavalry suddenly stopped when they were less than 30 meters away from the crowd and remained motionless. Tap, tap, tap. Then a tall, dark-faced man at the front quickly walked forward and knelt on one knee. General Peng Hai greets Your Highness. We're late. Please punish us. Lu Fei's expression was cold. I only went out on my own this time. General Peng did not know about it. What's the crime? Please rise. Only then did Peng Hai stand up and look straight at Wu Lai. Captain Wu, you brought the princess into danger without permission. When you return, you will receive 100 lashes. The rest of you will receive 50 lashes each. Yes, sir. Wu Lai and the rest smiled bitterly and answered in unison. Although they were cultivators, the military staff was also a magic tool. After 100 lashes, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lu Fei's beautiful eyes turned cold. General Peng, I told you that this happened because of me. If you want to punish me, won't you punish me too? Princess, I wouldn't dare. Peng Hai immediately cupped his fists. As soldiers, it's our duty to obey military orders. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Yi Chen watched that quietly, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. With his experience, how could he not tell that General Peng was purposely trying to intimidate Lu Fei? The former was just a general of the brave Tiger Battalion. He was only a rank 7 official with less than 500 men, yet he dared to treat the princess like that. That meant that there was someone backing him up. If that was the case, then the vast Langa County was not as united as outsiders thought. Sure enough, Lu Fei quietly stared at Peng Hai for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. After returning, I will look for my father. Don't worry, princess. Peng Hai smiled lightly. Only then did he notice Yi Chen, who was standing aside. His expression turned grim immediately. Princess, this person looks unfamiliar. Could he be the thief that you guys captured? Men, hurry up and capture him. With that, he suddenly waved his hand. Here. A few people behind him responded in unison. Then, they walked toward Yi Chen with heavy footsteps. Wait. Lu Fei took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Chen. She looked straight at Peng Hai and said, General Peng, Senior, Yi is my savior. How dare you touch him? Savior? Peng Hai looked at Yi Chen carefully again and smiled disdainfully. This brat doesn't have any aura on him. What makes him think that he can save the princess? At this point, he continued, Moreover, even if this person saved the princess, his identity is still unknown, and he must be investigated. Is that so? Lu Fei smirked coldly. General Peng, what if I tell you that Senior Yi is a pseudo-emperor stage almighty? Peng Hai's expression changed when he heard that. Even the few soldiers who were planning to capture Yi Chen stopped in their tracks. A pseudo-emperor stage almighty? Peng Hai stared at Yi Chen as his expression changed. Then he looked at Wu Lai beside him. Is this true? A pseudo-emperor stage almighty. Lu Fei was right. If Yi Chen was really a pseudo-emperor stage almighty, He really could not act recklessly. After all, he was only a peak martial venerable. He was still one step away from becoming a pseudo-emperor. This step seemed weak, but it was a world of difference. Meeting his gaze, Wu Lai nodded and said, "That's right, he's indeed a pseudo-emperor stage almighty," but Pan Hai's heart sank. Then he realized that there was a hidden meaning in his words. His gaze turned cold. "But what?" Lu Fei hurriedly looked over. "But he's a body, cultivator." Wu Lai ignored Lu Fei's gaze and braced himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Hai's tense face relaxed completely. He laughed out loud and said, "So it's Senior Yi. Sorry for my rudeness. If I offended you earlier, please don't hold it against me." Yi Qin ignored him directly. How could he not tell that Yi Qin was talking to him in a mocking tone? However, what puzzled him was why Lu Fei and the rest's attitude changed drastically after hearing that he was a body cultivator, especially Wu Lai. "General Peng, can we enter the city now?" Lu Fei's expression was cold as she suppressed her anger. "Yes, please enter, Princess." Pan Hai hurriedly waved his hand and dismissed the people behind him. "Move aside and let the princess enter the city." Walala! As the crowd dispersed, a spacious path was created. Lu Fei turned around and looked at Yi Qin. "Senior Yi, let's go in." Yi Qin nodded and followed her. Pan Hai stood where he was with his men. He squinted and sent Yi Qin and the rest into the city. At that moment, a man stepped forward and said, "General, why didn't you take the opportunity to take that brat down earlier? Even though he's a pseudo-emperor, as long as he dares to resist, we can send a message to General Xie." "That's right. There's an additional pseudo-emperor in the princess's faction. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen." Another person said. Pan Hai could not help but smirk coldly when he heard that. It's true that he's a pseudo-emperor, but he's a body cultivator. A body cultivator can't become an emperor. This is a curse and also fate. He paused for a moment and said, "Moreover, that brat has the princess protection. Are we really going to offend him?" "Just you wait." His eyes flickered. "That old thing, Lu Qingzhou, doesn't have long to live. Once he's dead, we can kill whoever we want." Anlu City was a city under the jurisdiction of Lengyu County. It was incomparably magnificent. As far as the eye could see, both ends of the street were filled with endless shops. "Senior Yi, I've embarrassed myself." Lu Fei rode on a horse and stood side by side with Yi Chen's horse. There was an apologetic look on her pretty face. "Don't worry about it." Yi Chen shook his head nonchalantly and asked, "There's something I don't understand. Why did you guys react so strongly when you heard that I'm a body cultivator?" Lu Fei did not answer his question and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe you as a one-in-a-million genius to be able to reach such a level through body cultivation at such a young age." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chen suddenly stretched his hand out and placed it on her shoulder. Then he pulled her hard. Boom! At the same time, several intense killing intent suddenly shot out from the shops on both sides of the street, targeting Lu Fei. Demon Nanny in the city's latest chapter. Demon Nanny in the city's full text reading address. /122695/Demon Nanny in the city's TXT download address. Demon Nanny in the city's mobile reading address. /122695/ to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click favorite below to record this time. The killing intent from within the city. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Demon Nanny in the City, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1064. Lu Fei suddenly felt Yi Chen's hand on her shoulder. Then, she was pulled into Yi Chen's embrace. At that moment, she was embarrassed and furious. She thought that Yi Chen wanted to take advantage of her. Just as she was about to struggle, she suddenly sensed several killing intents from both sides of the street. The killing intent caused her entire body to tremble, and all the hairs on her body stood on end. Boom! In the blink of an eye, several black shadows rushed into the sky from both sides. The cultivation base that erupted almost swept through heaven and earth. Assassins! At that moment, Wu Lai's expression changed. Protect His Highness! Protect His Highness! Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 8 guards drew their swords almost instinctively, and all sorts of attacks landed on the few people in the air. Clang, clang, clang. However, what shocked them was that after they slashed with their swords, other than setting off a dazzling flame, they could not cause any damage at all. Scram! Wu Lai pushed one person back with a slash. Then he saw all sorts of strange talismans through that person's torn clothes. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. "Oh no, Corpse Immortal Sect! It's Corpse Immortal Sect!" As soon as he said that, the rest of them revealed expressions of shock. Deep fear surged in their eyes. What? It's actually the Corpse Immortal Sect. Lu Fei, who was in Yi Chen's embrace, shuddered when she heard that, as if she had heard something terrifying. Yi Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the black shadows that were fighting with Wu Lai and the rest. He secretly frowned. Corpse energy? Corpse refinement? That's right. Lu Fei said with a pale face, "Senior Yi, the Corpse Immortal Sect is an evil sect in our dynasty. They specialize in capturing people and using all sorts of venom to refine them into invulnerable, poisonous corpses." Ah! While she was speaking, Wu Lai and the other 8 guards screamed in succession. Withered hands suddenly pierced through their chests, and countless amounts of blood sprayed out. Seeing that, Lu Fei could not help but say anxiously, "Senior Yi, please save Uncle Wu and the rest." It was fine if she was not anxious. Once she was anxious, she could not help but shake her body, causing Yi Chen, who was in close contact with her, to look slightly uncomfortable. Ah! Right at that moment, Wu Lai let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire arm was pierced through by a poisonous corpse. Without saying a word, he cut off his own arm and roared, "Princess, go! Go quickly!" "Senior Yi." Lu Fei was about to cry. Yi Chen sighed softly. Just when he was going to attack, he suddenly looked at the end of the street. Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, several rays of sword light shot through the air. These rays of sword light tore through the air and rapidly pierced through the poisoned corpses. Bang, bang, bang! The poisoned corpses exploded in an instant. Seeing this sword light, Lu Fei, who had already given up all hope, was instantly overjoyed. She raised her head and said, "Elder Hong!" As her voice fell, at the end of the street, several figures flew over. The person in the lead was an old man in a brocade robe. The old man carried a sword sheath, and his eyebrows were filled with sharpness. Pseudo-emperor! A strange gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. The old man in the brocade robe looked at Lu Fei after he got closer. "Your Highness, I'm late. Sorry for scaring you." A ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes when he noticed that Lu Fei was almost in Yi Chen's embrace. "Fei Fei!" At that moment, a young man in luxurious clothes walked out from behind him. The young man was only 24 or 25 years old, and he was very handsome. The young man walked over excitedly and asked subconsciously, "Fei Fei, are you all right?" Lu Fei said, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, "Hong Fei, I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine." Hong Fei nodded repeatedly. His expression turned grim when he noticed the ambiguous posture between her and Yi Chen. "Fei Fei, who is he?" As he said that, he took a step forward and extended his hand to grab Yi Chen. "Brat, how dare you be rude to Fei Fei? Do you know who she is?" His attack was extremely ruthless. His target was Yi Chen's throat as killing intent flashed through his eyes. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He had saved Lu Fei out of instinct earlier. He had no intention of molesting her. However, the young man in front of him didn't distinguish right from wrong and attacked him ruthlessly. So he didn't mind killing in all directions. "Stop!" At that moment, Lu Fei suddenly stopped Hong Fei and said, "Hong Fei, you've misunderstood. Senior Yi was trying to save me." At this point, a blush flashed across her exquisite face. "Senior Yi, can you let me go?" Earlier, she had also thought of Yi Qin as a lecherous wastrel. However, when the poison men charged in, she came to a realization. Hong Fei was even more displeased when he saw her shy attitude. He did not hide the burning jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded lightly and put his hand on her shoulder. He placed her on the ground steadily. The old man in brocade robe took a good look at Yi Qin and said, "Your Highness, may I know who this is?" "Elder Hong, Senior Yi, is my savior. We were waiting in the Lost Ice Plains earlier." Lu Fei told him what happened slowly and introduced him to Yi Qin. "Senior Yi, this is Elder Hong Taisui of the Bright Sword Pavilion. This is Elder Hong's son, Hong Fei." Yi Qin finally understood that the Bright Sword Pavilion was a sword cultivation sect in the Great Dynasty. Furthermore, it was in Langya County. King Langya, Lu Qingzhou, had always been courteous, so he naturally respected the Bright Sword Pavilion greatly. Eventually, the Langya King's mansion would ask the Bright Sword Pavilion for help if there was anything. So, its fellow Yi, Hong Taisui, clasped his fists at Yi Qin politely, but there was no enthusiasm on his face. "Thank you for escorting me along the way, fellow Yi. I'll escort the princess back to the residence in the future. There's no need for you to worry." It was clear that he wanted to chase Yi Qin away. Yi Qin was unmoved. How could he, mad Southern Yi, stay or leave the mercy of a single person? Lu Fei was his best candidate to figure out the situation in the north, so naturally he would not leave easily. Death seemed to have sensed his intentions, and the smile on Hong Taisui's face gradually froze. However, Hong Fei, who was at the side, did not have any qualms. He said coldly, "Brat, don't you understand? Fei Fei doesn't need your protection anymore. Why aren't you leaving?" "Hong Fei, Elder Hong, Senior Yi, is my savior and he's new here. He's unfamiliar with this place." Lu Fei could not help but say, "I promised to bring him back to the residence. At the very least, one must have integrity." "Fei Fei." Hong Fei hesitated. "Forget it." Chapter 1065. Yi Chen followed the convoy north and arrived at Langya County half a day later. Through his conversation with Lu Fei and the maidservant, Shui, he gained a better understanding of the dynasties and Langya County. The territories of the dynasties spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. There were 5 states and 20 counties within the territory, and each county governed dozens of cities. Langya County was one of the 5 states and 12 counties of the Great Zhou Dynasty. It was said that when the Great Zhou Dynasty was founded, the founding emperor had given the 13th prince, Lu Qingzhou, a fief. As the name of the fief was Langya County, after the 13th prince, Lu Qingzhou, established his residence, the imperial court granted him the title of King Langya. Although Langya County was only a county, its wealth was one of the best among the 20 counties. Coupled with its vast land and abundant resources, it produced beauties and iron mines. All the weapons in the world came from here. It could be said to be a rich land. However, such a fief had fallen into the hands of King Langya. From this, it could be seen how much trust the imperial court had in King Langya. The Langya Palace was located in the east of Langya County. The mansion covered an area of thousands of acres. There were many pavilions and countless gardens in the mansion. If ordinary people entered, they would get lost and could not get out. Lu Fei turned around and said to Yi Qin after the carriage stopped outside the Langya Palace, "Senior Yi, I have to see my father. I'll get Shui to arrange for you and your daughter to stay in my palace. I'll come and listen to your guidance later. Don't worry about it." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He then entered the palace under Shui's lead. He was arranged to stay in an exceptionally magnificent courtyard. After watching him leave, Hong Fei said coldly, "Fei Fei, Your Langya Palace is in a special period now, and this person's background is unknown. Why do you still? Let's go see father first. Lu Fei left after saying that. Hong Fei could not help but look at Hong Taisui and snorted. Father, can you chase that brat out? Nonsense. Hong Taisui's expression turned grim. This is the palace, not the sect. Moreover, His Highness can't tolerate anything. At the Langya Palace, in the observation platform, Meng Meng stood by the lake and pointed at the lake excitedly. Daddy, fishy, look, what a beautiful fishy! Yi-Chen smiled and allowed the little girl to fool around. He lifted his eyes to look at the luxurious facilities around him and could not help but nod secretly. He could tell that Lu Fei had put in a lot of effort. Cher summoned a few maidservants and prepared a bed for Yi-Chen in an extremely considerate manner. She said with a smile, Senior Yi, the bed is ready. If you need anything, just let us know. Yi-Chen had a strange expression on his face when he heard that. No matter how he listened to it, it sounded ambiguous. Shwa! Was stunned at first when she saw his expression. Then, she realized what he meant and blushed. Senior Yi, I didn't mean it that way, it's fine. You can leave now. Yi-Chen shook his head in between tears and laughter. Bring everyone out. I don't like being served. Shwa! I was slightly taken aback, but she didn't ask any questions. She walked over and gave a few instructions before leaving with the maidservants in tow. Yi-Chen looked at his daughter playing in the water far away and mumbled. The most important thing now is to figure out the situation in the north. Secondly, I'll try to find out the whereabouts of Yu Han and my parents, as well as Wu Shuang and the patriarch. The ancient barren world was bigger than he had imagined. Just the dynasty in the north had a territory of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, let alone the other 4 regions. In the vast sea of people, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Su Yuhan and the rest quickly. Unless I can develop some energy and use them to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered as he thought to this point, the Langya Palace is a suitable target. Lu Fei is also a good breakthrough. Almost at that moment, in a palace in the Langya Palace, smoke curled up and security was tight. Langya Palace. In the solemn hall, Lu Fei took a few steps forward and knelt down respectfully. Greetings, father. I've made you worry about me. Fair, please get up. Then a weak and oppressive voice rang out. Then a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe walked down from the hall with the help of someone to help Lu Fei up. The middle-aged man was very handsome and extraordinary. His brows were filled with sharpness, but his face was slightly pale. He saw this person. Hong Taisui and the rest, who were behind the hall, were shocked. It was because this person was the 13th uncle of the current emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. He was also the true owner of the Langya Palace, King Langya Lu Qingzhou. King Langya helped Lu Fei up gently and looked at her dotingly. Then he sighed softly. Fei, you've worked hard. Fortunately, your trip was more daunting than dangerous. Seeing that her father did not blame her, Lu Fei felt a lump in her throat. She took the initiative to support the former. I didn't listen to you and sneaked out. I've made you worry. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. King Langya smiled lightly. With Lu Fei's help, he walked to the throne on the high platform in the hall. Then he looked at Hong Taisui and the rest. It's all thanks to Elder Hong that my daughter was able to escape from the lost glacier this time. I thank you. As soon as that was said, Hong Taisui and the rest felt their faces heat up. Even though they wanted to accept King Langya's favor, they still had to save face. After King Langya saw everyone's expressions, he frowned and said, Could it be that there was an accident along the way? In the end, Lu Fei could not help but say, Father, the reason why I was able to escape from the lost glacier this time is all because of one person. It's not Elder Hong and the rest. King Langya was stunned at first. Then he figured out the problem and could not help but smile. Then who saved Fei? I must thank him properly. Father, it was a Senior Yi who saved me. Lu Fei told her father everything that had happened in the ice plain. After hearing that, Hong Taisui and the rest revealed surprised expressions, especially Hong Fei. His face was filled with disbelief. He killed a pseudo-emperor stage wolf king with one hand. Even Hong Taisui, who was also a pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse, felt that he could not achieve such combat strength. Hong Taisui's expression changed a few times before he said slowly, "May I ask, Princess, this fellow he doesn't have any true energy, fluctuations on him, but he was able to kill the Wolf King with one hand. Could it be that this person is—" "That's right, Senior Yi is a body cultivator." Although Lu Fei was unwilling to reveal it, she still hesitated in front of everyone. But Senior Yi, before she could finish, Hong Fei was the first to laugh out loud. "I was wondering why he was so powerful. So he's just a piece of trash." Even Hong Taisui and the rest had disdainful expressions. Lu Fei was a little unhappy. "Father, it's fine." King Langya shook his head slightly and said, "Regardless of whether this Mr. Yi is a body cultivator or a chi cultivator, he's my daughter's savior. I should thank him personally." Chapter 1066. As King Langya's voice fell, everyone, including Lu Fei and Hong Taisui, turned pale at the same time. After all, who was King Langya? Although he was only a duke and not a prince, he was no different from an overlord in Langya County. Most importantly, after King Langya encountered a problem in his cultivation, he refused to see anyone and refused to see anyone. But now he was going to meet an outsider in person? From this, it could be seen how much he loved Lu Fei. "Your Highness, although that brat is a pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse, he is not a pseudo-emperor stage powerhouse." Hong Fei couldn't help but say, "But in the end, he's still a physique cultivator. Why do you have to lower yourself to deal with this kind of trash?" King Langya merely glanced at him. Just this glance caused the latter to forcefully shut his mouth and not dare to speak another word. In the viewing platform, Yi Chun sat with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes lightly and did not move at all. If one looked carefully, they would find that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the viewing platform was gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into streams of dragon-shaped chi that entered his nose and was completely refined by him. A few seconds later, Yi Chun opened his eyes slowly and secretly shook his head. This spiritual energy is still not enough. On his way to the ancient barren world, he encountered a space turbulence. In order to protect his daughter, he used up all his spiritual energy. He couldn't even open his storage ring. Initially, he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy in the wave viewing platform and refine it into Jinchi. Even if he could only recover a little, it would be enough for him to open his storage ring. Unfortunately, there was too little spiritual energy. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Shui Er's voice. "Senior Yi, may I come in?" "Enter," Yi Chun replied. Subsequently, he got up and walked to his daughter, who was sleeping on the swing in the distance. This girl can actually fall asleep like this. If she were on Earth, she wouldn't even know if she was kidnapped. "Creak!" Shui Er pushed the door open and entered. She looked at Meng Meng, who was asleep first, before saying to Yi Chun, "Senior Yi, His Royal Highness has invited you." "King Langya?" Yi Chun squinted. "Why does he want to see me?" Shui Er answered without hesitation, "It's because Senior Yi saved His Highness. His Highness wishes to thank you personally." In the Langya Palace, Yi Chun followed Shui Er into the main hall and felt countless gazes on him. "Your Highness, Senior Yi is here." Shui Er kept her head lowered throughout. She bowed respectfully before leaving the hall. On the high platform, King Langya looked at Yi Chun in a condescending manner. He said in a dignified manner, "Are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Chun lifted his head and looked straight at the latter. He said in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant, "You must be King Langya, right?" Impudent, as a cold snort sounded, Hong Fei took a step forward and berated. "Not only did you not bow in front of His Highness, but you even stared at him. How rude! After saying that, he glanced at King Langya proudly. To him, someone like King Langya, who had been in a high position for a long time, would definitely dislike Yi Chen. But to his disappointment, King Langya's face remained expressionless from beginning to end, and no one could see through him. At the critical moment, Lu Fei took the initiative to stand up for Yi Chen. "Father, this is Senior Yi, who saved me." Mr. Yi is indeed a dragon among men. Just his bearing alone is extraordinary. King Langya nodded slightly and said, "Men, give Mr. Yi a seat and serve the banquet." Subsequently, someone brought a chair for Yi Chen. Yi Chen sat down in front of everyone without hesitation. He's indeed a vulgar person. Hong Fei could not help but feel extremely jealous when he saw that. As the banquet began, King Langya took the initiative to stand up and toast Yi Chen from afar after pouring a cup of wine. "This is a toast to Mr. Yi. Thank you for saving my daughter." Yi Chen stood up and returned the toast. "It's nothing. You're too kind, Your Highness." He had always been like that. "If you respect me, I'll naturally respect you back." After saying that, he drank the wine in the wine bottle in his hand in one gulp. Immediately, he felt the wine turn into an extremely hot stream that spread to his limbs and bones as soon as it entered his stomach. Spiritual wine. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although it was only a cup of spiritual wine, the effect was more effective than all of his efforts in the courtyard earlier. Mr. Yi is straightforward. A hint of admiration appeared in King Langya's eyes when he saw Yi Chen finish it in one gulp. "You must know that this wine of mine was brewed from a 300-year-old fire spirit fruit. Ordinary people would fall asleep for 3 days and 3 nights just by smelling it, let alone drinking it." After saying that, he filled another cup and toasted Hong Taisui and the rest. Hong Fei could not help but groan as soon as he took a sip. After a round of toasting, King Langya looked at Yi Chen again. "Mr. Yi, you saved my daughter's life. I wonder how you want me to repay you?" Everyone in the hall looked at Yi Chen as soon as he said that. They seemed to be curious about what request he would make. What else can he ask for? Hong Fei said coldly, being able to save Fei is an honor that he will never be able to obtain in his entire life. However, Yi Chen said with a light smile, "I'm afraid you can't afford what I want, Your Highness." As his voice fell, whoosh, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Not only did you dare to ask for it, how dare he say that he couldn't afford it? At that moment, Hong Fei almost burst out laughing. To him, Yi Chen was the first person who dared to speak to King Langya like that. The consequence was that King Langya would be displeased. He would be chased out on the spot, and he would be killed on the spot. Lu Fei was shocked as well. "Senior, Princess Lu, I've saved your life twice. It's nothing. It's fine if you don't take the initiative to ask me for something." Yi Chen ignored the latter's gaze and said firmly, "However, since you've taken the initiative to ask for something, it'll seem a little pretentious and hypocritical if I shake my head again." Lu Fei was speechless when she heard that. She did not mind Yi Chen's words. After all, it was a fact that Yi Chen had saved her. It was reasonable for him to do something. What she was nervous about was that her father had never liked people who repaid kindness. Yi Chen's actions would undoubtedly offend her father. Under everyone's gaze, King Langya's expression finally turned cold. "I'm suddenly curious about what Mr. Yi is after. He can't even afford to give it to me." His tone was filled with displeasure. Putting aside the fact that the Langya residence was vast and rich in resources, with his identity as King Langya, power and women were like floating clouds. "Father!" Lu Fei wanted to say something, but hesitated. King Langya waved his hand to stop her. "Let him continue." Yi Chen poured himself another glass of wine and said calmly after finishing it, "I want half of the spirit stone vein in your Langya residence." He had thought about it on the way here. If he wanted to recover his true origin energy quickly, he could only rely on the spirit stone vein. The Langya residence occupied tens of thousands of kilometers. Chapter 1067. As soon as Yi Qin said that, the hall fell into a momentary silence. The entire hall fell into a momentary silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the former in disbelief. Even Lu Fei covered her red lips with her hand, thinking that she had heard wrongly. To a country or a sect, money was nothing. The most important thing was the mystic stone vein. That was because the vein could continuously produce heaven and earth origin energy, and it could even replenish the origin energy of cultivators. The so-called spirit stones were the highest grade evolved from the purest mystic stones. They could be said to be even more precious than mystic stones. That was because there were only dozens of spirit stones in a mystic stone vein. Now that Yi Qin asked for half of the spirit stone vein, if it was not asking for an exorbitant price, what was it if it was not asking for an exorbitant price? Are you crazy? Hong Fei jumped out immediately and said while pointing at Yi Qin, "How dare you ask for half of the spirit stone vein?" Hong Tai-sui and the rest sneered. They were practically sentencing Yi Qin to death in their hearts. King Langya's hand that was holding the cup froze instantly. A strong killing intent flashed through the depths of his deep eyes. Yi Qin's words had really touched his reverse scale. However, he was a shrewd person. He dispersed his killing intent in a few seconds and took a deep breath in. "Mr. Ye's request is indeed very high. I can't afford it." With that, he waved his hand. "Send the guest away." Subsequently, a guard walked over and said expressionlessly, "Please, Father." Lu Fei stood up subconsciously and tried to plead for Yi Qin. However, King Langya remained unmoved, as if he did not hear her. "Leave now, brat." Hong Fei laughed out loud. However, Yi Qin did not move at all. He said, without even lifting his head, "King Langya, what if I say that you don't have much time left and only I can save your life?" The moment that was said, the entire place fell silent. Lu Fei turned around and looked at him in disbelief before closing her eyes in despair. Crazy! Mr. Yi was really crazy. Father was only injured because there was a problem with his cultivation. Why did he say that he didn't have much time left? Be ****. At this moment, even Hong Tai-sui, who hadn't spoken all along, stood out and said in a cold voice, "Fellow Yi, you dare to curse His Highness? Are you really not afraid of death? Take him down." Hong Fei wished to see the world in chaos. Thud, thud, thud. Almost at that moment, countless guards rushed in from outside the hall and surrounded Yi Qin. What they did not notice was that the moment Yi Qin spoke, King Langya, who had his back to them, trembled slightly. But he still did not turn around. Yi Qin remained indifferent despite being surrounded by swords and sabers. "King Langya, if I'm not mistaken, your Langya royal residence is currently facing internal and external troubles, right? You are the only spiritual pillar of the Wangfu and also the strongest. Think about it. If you die, your Wangfu will definitely collapse like a building. Everything you protect will be implicated. Enough?" Before he could finish, King Langya suddenly turned around and flew into a rage. "Mr. Yi, you've offended me many times. You should be executed. But for my daughter's sake, scram." As soon as he said that, the surrounding guards surrounded him. Clearly, they wanted to take Yi Qin down. Forget it. I'll leave." Yi Qin smiled lightly and did not mind. He picked up a wine glass and stood up. He flashed past the countless guards and eventually disappeared from the hall. Hong Fei panicked when he saw that. "Your Highness, this person is so rude. How can we let him leave so easily?" "That's right." Hong Tai-sui also said, "I don't mind helping your Highness get rid of this hidden danger." "There's no need." King Langya waved his hand and interrupted. "The banquet continues. No one is allowed to leave without my order." Upon hearing this, Hong Tai-sui could only suppress the killing intent in his heart, while Lu Fei looked at King Langia gratefully. The reason being, she knew that King Langia seemed to be heartless, but he was actually protecting Yi Qin. As long as Hong Tai-sui and the rest could not leave, Yi Qin would have a chance to escape. The banquet was very long. Hong Tai-sui and the rest glanced at the drunken King Langia and asked to leave many times, but they were rejected. It was not until late at night that King Langia announced the end of the banquet. Hong Tai-sui and the rest left the residence under the protection of the guards. As soon as they left, King Langia, who was originally drunk, waved his hand to dismiss everyone, leaving only Lu Fei behind. Blurg. At that moment, King Langia could not help but spit a mouthful of black blood. His face quickly turned pale as he fell to the ground. "Father, are you all right?" Lu Fei turned pale and hurried forward. "I've been poisoned." King Langia suddenly grabbed her hand tightly and said weakly, "Fei, quick! Get that Mr. Yi back!" "What did you say?" Lu Fei was in disbelief. "Fei, I've been hiding this from you. I wasn't injured while cultivating. I was poisoned, and it's a rare poison." King Langia smiled bitterly. "I can only live for a month at most. That's why I didn't ask you to go to the ice plains to look for the ice jade lotus, because there's no cure." "Father, who poisoned me?" Lu Fei's face was ashen. She was shocked and furious. "It's the bright sword pavilion." King Langia spat another mouthful of black blood. "Silly child. Ever since His Majesty passed away and the young master took over, many vassals have been restless." Lu Fei felt like she was struck by lightning. The bright sword pavilion. That was the sect that her father trusted the most. Hong Tai-sui and the rest were from the bright sword pavilion. Including King Dai, King Chu, and King Yu, they've been plotting a rebellion. They're secretly recruiting troops and forging weapons. King Langia said intermittently, "Langia County is rich in iron ore. That's why they want to drag you into the rebellion with them." At this point, his eyes widened and his face flushed red. "I'm deeply indebted to the Emperor. I'm also the young master's uncle. How can I do such a rebellious thing? I'd rather die than do it." "So they poisoned you?" Lu Fei's heart was struck by lightning. She was extremely heartbroken. "That Mr. Yi is right." King Langia panted heavily and said, "I'm not afraid of death, but I can't die. Once I die, Langia County will be finished. My dynasty will be finished too." "Father, since Senior Yi could tell that you were poisoned, why didn't you let him stay?" Lu Fei was confused. "Silly child." King Langia smiled bitterly. "The bright sword pavilion tried to harm me, and Hong Tai-sui and the rest were monitoring me. Now that Mr. Yi said that I'm dying in front of them, he's asking for trouble." Buzz. At that moment, Lu Fei's mind went blank. Then she became extremely clear-headed. That's right. Once father shows his intention to believe it, Hong Tai-sui and the rest would probably attack on the spot, although they were few in number. However, in such a huge mansion, who could guarantee that everyone was loyal? Who could guarantee that the other vassals' forces had not infiltrated? "Father, just you wait. I'll go and invite Mr. Yi immediately. Forget half of the spiritual stone mine. I won't hesitate, even if it's all of it." Lu Fei left quickly without saying a word. Chapter 1068. It was night in Wuqing City. Wuqing City was a city under the jurisdiction of Langia County. It covered an area of 10,000 acres and was about 50 kilometers away from the Langia Palace. In a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city, there was a faint ball of fire blooming. The fire was swaying from the wind that blew in. The little girl leaned against the mountain god statue and stared at the deer leg that was almost done in Yi Chen's hand with her eyes wide open. "Daddy, is it done yet?" "I'm hungry. It's almost done. Wait a little longer." Yi Chen smiled helplessly. He flipped the deer leg on the fire and began sprinkling spices such as salt and salt on it. Crackle, crackle. As soon as the spices were sprinkled on it, a series of explosions came. The deer leg turned golden, and the golden oil dripped into the fire. "It smells so good." The little girl was drooling and her stomach was growling. "All right, eat up, greedy kitty." Yi Chin tore a small piece off and blew on it before passing it to her. He wiped the little girl's face while he was at it. The little girl looked like a little kitten. She lifted her face and wiped it on Yi Chen's clothes. She then picked up the deer meat and started eating. "Daddy, you're bad." "How's Daddy's cooking?" Yi Chin watched his daughter gobble quietly, feeling a little guilty. The little girl said in a muffled voice, "It's SOSO." Yi Chin could not help but laugh. "When I find Mommy, I won't do anything. I'll open a barbecue shop to support you and Mommy." "How about that?" "Daddy, you won't be able to support us if that's the case." The little girl put down the things in her hands and looked at him in all seriousness. Yi Chin was stunned. "Why?" "Daddy's dumb." The little girl smiled slyly. "I have to eat a lot alone. I have Mommy, brother, grandpa, grandma, and little uncle." Yi Chin was stunned. Hoo. At that moment, the firewood in front of the father and daughter suddenly fluttered violently. Strong and weak winds blew in from outside the door. Yi Chin secretly shook his head. "They're a little slow." As soon as he said that, a series of air-piercing sounds came from outside. Then, several figures descended outside the temple. Subsequently, an old man in brocade robes with a scabbard on his back walked in slowly. It was Hong Tai-sui. The other party looked at the situation in the temple expressionlessly before looking at Yi Chin. "Fellow, you've made me wait for a long time." Yi Chin was unmoved. He fiddled with the firewood with his hand. "You guys made me wait." "Looks like you know why I'm here." Hong Tai-sui took a good look at him. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Fuqian to be so calm and composed. "I have one thing to say. As long as fellow Yi submits to the bright sword pavilion, I can spare the lives of you and your daughter." Just as he finished speaking, Hong Fei walked in from outside and sneered, "Father, this brat is just a useless physical cultivator. Just kill him. Why bother talking nonsense with him? Fellow Taoist Yi, what do you think?" Hong Tai-sui seemed to have not heard him. He looked at Yi Chin fixedly. "There's a limit to my patience. There are several powerhouses from my bright sword pavilion sealing the temple at the moment. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. There's something I don't understand. Why do all of you want to kill me? Is it because of Lu Fei?" Yi Chen did not even raise his head. Hong Fei said subconsciously, "That's because you saw through His Highness' injuries. Shut up!" Hong Tai-sui interrupted him before he could finish his words. The latter said coldly, "Fellow Yi, don't expect anyone from Prince Langya's mansion to come and save you. You only have two choices tonight. Either you die or you surrender." "That's right. Brat, if you don't want to die, kneel down and kowtow to us." Hong Fei's expression was ferocious. "Otherwise, after we kill you, we'll ravage your daughter." To him, his father, Hong Tai-sui, was also a pseudo-emperor stage cultivator, and he was a sword cultivator. Coupled with the fact that the martial uncles outside had sealed the place, no matter how powerful Yi Chen's explosive power was, he had no choice. "I wanted to let you guys live for a few more breaths." Yi Chen's eyes turned cold when he heard that. He said slowly, "Congratulations on touching my reverse scale. Not only will you guys die today, but I'll also destroy the sex behind you. You're courting death." A ferocious gleam flashed in Hong Tai-sui's eyes as he took a step forward. The scabbard behind him trembled nonstop, as if it could be unsheathed at any time. "You won't have the chance to draw your sword in front of me, you ant-like thing." His golden palm and fingers turned into the size of a millstone. He clenched his fist hard, causing the surrounding space to distort. Hong Tai-sui subconsciously wanted to control his sword to slash out, but he realized that his body could not move at all. It was as if he was imprisoned by an irresistible force. As Hong Fei watched in horror, He saw his father being grabbed by Yi Qin and lifted into the air. Who exactly are you? Hong Taisui's eyes widened, almost bursting out of their sockets. His entire body was trembling. He was a pseudo-emperor stage, Cultivator, yet he was so easily subdued by a young man. He could not resist at all. Powerlessness, despair, fear. Yi Qin squinted and said, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Taisui, who was in his hand, turned into a pool of blood mist. Upon seeing that, Hong Fei ran out of the temple without saying a word. He roared repeatedly, Uncle Master Chung, Uncle Master Feng, run. Run quickly, run. Yi Chen smirked coldly. He took a step out of the temple, directly. Powerful killing, intent, swept out in all directions like a huge wave. At the same time, less than 20 kilometers away from the dilapidated temple, two figures were rushing toward the temple at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. If one took a closer look, they would realize that it was an old man in gray who was grabbing a woman's shoulder with one hand. Lu Fei's heart was in a mess. Bonan, quick, hurry up. We can't let anything happen to Senior Yi. Princess, this is already my fastest speed. Bo Nan smiled bitterly when he heard that. Although he said that, he did not care at all. He was a guest of the Langya King's mansion, and now he had to personally save a body, Cultivator. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, when Bo Nan brought Lu Fei to the dilapidated temple, he realized that there were no signs of a fight. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and his daughter, who she was looking for, were eating in the temple at the moment. Lu Fei could not be bothered to think too much. After walking into the temple quickly, she looked at Yi Chun in concern. Senior Yi, are you all right? Why are you here? Yi Chen said calmly. He could only blame himself for being too powerful earlier and not leaving anyone alive. Therefore, he did not know the relationship between Hong Taisui and the rest and the Langya King's mansion. Therefore, when he faced Lu Fei, he was more on guard. Senior Yi, things are very complicated. I don't have time to explain. Come back to the mansion with me first. Lu Fei shook her head and said apologetically, My father wants to see you again. End of this chapter. Chapter 1069. Almost at that moment, in the bright sword pavilion, thousands of miles away from Wuching City, an old man holding a sword looked at the broken soul tablets in front of him and said expressionlessly, Hong Taisui and the others are dead. Who dares to kill someone from my bright sword pavilion? An expert standing behind him was enraged. One of the higher-ups frowned and said, Could it be that King Langya took the initiative to attack? What a good Lu Qingzhou. He's poisoned and he still dares to be dishonest. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him live until now. Another person said coldly, The 8 kings are ready. The higher-ups in the army have already instigated half of their defections. Now they're just waiting for us. The sword-wielding old man narrowed his eyes and said, Inform the other 3 clans that it's time for us to lay our cards on the table tonight. Today is the day to lay the groundwork for us. 2 hours later, Langya Palace. After King Langya, who was forcing himself to leave, he suddenly bowed to Yi Qin heavily. Mr. Yi, please save me. Yi Qin remained unmoved. He smiled wryly. Why did you do that, Your Highness? This ye can't accept it. King Langya could not help but smile bitterly. During the day, Mr. Yi said that I don't have much time left. I couldn't express my opinion in front of outsiders, so I chased Mr. Yi out. Outsiders? Yi Qin frowned. Meanwhile, Lu Fei bit her lips and said, Senior Yi, there's something you're not aware of. Undercurrents are surging within my Langya estate, so Royal Father is extremely careful. Seeing that the father and daughter were still stammering and unwilling to reveal too much, Yi Chan smiled lightly. It's very simple if you want me to save you. I want all the spirit stone veins in Langya County. King Langya was shocked to hear this. Lu Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior, didn't you say that you only wanted half? That was during the day. It's night now. I've suddenly changed my mind, Yi Qin said calmly. Lu Fei was speechless. King Langya's expression changed a few times before he took a deep breath in. May I ask how Mr. Yi is so sure that I can heal my injuries? In the end, he still harbored doubts in his heart. His poison was simply too strange. He had secretly sought out countless famous doctors, but none of them could do anything. How could Yi Qin not understand what he meant? He smiled lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Your Highness' injuries weren't caused by a mistake in your cultivation, but by poison. As soon as he finished speaking, King Langya and Lu Fei's expressions changed. May I ask what poison it is? King Langya asked. Yi Qin chuckled softly. I call the poison that Your Highness is poisoned with the disaster, filthy poison. You can understand it, as the poisonous gas has long been assimilated with your spiritual qi and your internal organs. As long as you exercise your martial arts, the poison will invade your heart faster, and you will feel excruciating pain as if thousands of arrows are piercing through your heart and bugs are gnawing at it. As his voice fell, King Langya's expression changed completely. His symptoms were exactly the same as what Yi Qin had said. There was no discrepancy at all. Usually, there would be a poison source in the body. As long as the poison source was removed, the body would recover. However, the poison source in his body was his spiritual qi. If he wanted to remove it, he could only disperse his cultivation. Once he dispersed his cultivation, what was the difference between him and a cripple? He bowed to Yi Qin as he thought to this point. Please save me, Mr. Yi. At that moment, he was truly convinced by Yi Qin. Yi Qin was unmoved. He knocked the table with his hand. Do you agree to my condition? King Langya hesitated for a few moments before saying bluntly, Mr. Yi, you might not know this, but the Langya Palace isn't as united as outsiders think. There are several major cultivation sects in the territory. At this point, there was helplessness in his eyes. Although resources like the mystic stone veins belong to my palace in name, they're all taken by them. You're a dignified king, after all. Why do you lack restraint and deterrence toward the sects in the territory? Yi Qin frowned. King Langya's face alternated between green and white. Senior Yi, my father is an emperor stage powerhouse. If it was half a year ago, these sects would have to be careful as if they were walking on thin ice. Lu Fei could not bear to say, however, ever since my father was poisoned, his deterrence is gone. Coupled with the infiltration of other forces, my Langya Palace is already in a precarious situation. If that's the case, then forgive me for being powerless. Yi Qin shook his head with an indifferent expression. Since these mystic stone veins are in the hands of the sects, why should I make a deal with you? Senior Yi, the other sects won't make a deal with you. After all, the mystic stone veins are the foundation of the sects. Lu Fei sighed softly. Yi Qin smiled lightly. It's very simple. If they're unwilling to make a deal with me, then I can only rob them openly. King Langya and Lu Fei were in disbelief when they heard that. They thought they had heard wrongly. Rob them openly? Even when King Langya was at his peak, he did not dare to say such bold words. One had to know that there were 4 great sects in Langya County. Each sect had countless powerhouses, and there were even emperor-stage old monsters. Meanwhile, Yi Qin was a mere pseudo-emperor stage body cultivator. What could he do? At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Rob them openly? What shameless boasting! Immediately after, 2 figures appeared in the hall like ghosts. They were a man and a woman. The woman in the lead was dressed in black, and her facial features were covered by a veil. All of them emitted a cold aura. Even so, the black clothes still could not cover her exquisite figure and mature, womanly aura. Behind her was a young man in a Taoist robe. The young man had his hair combed into a high bun and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was slightly respectful to the former. The moment she saw the two of them, Lu Fei's pretty face changed slightly. "Who are you? How did you get in?" One had to know that there was an Emperor stage old monster guarding outside the hall at this moment. Outsiders could not enter at all. Plop! On the other hand, King Langian knelt heavily on the ground with an excited expression. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." The moment that was said, Lu Fei was stunned on the spot. Empress Dowager. The woman in black before her was the Empress Dowager. Even Yi Qin was shocked. He could not help but take another look at the woman in black. The Empress Dowager actually came here late at night. What surprised him the most was that this so-called Empress Dowager was actually at the Emperor stage, and the young man in the Taoist robe beside her was also at the Emperor stage. The woman in black spoke slowly, and an extremely weak voice was heard. "Lu Qing, there's no need to be so polite. Please rise." That voice was extremely charming. If an ordinary man heard it, all the bones in his body would probably go limp. As an invisible force swept over, King Langia could not help but stand up. The latter hesitated and said, "Empress Dowager, why are you here?" The capital was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Langi king's mansion. Even with large spiritual beasts, it would take a day to get there. Moreover, it was late at night. End of this chapter. Chapter 1070. The lady in black glanced at Yi Qin secretly. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. King Langia reacted immediately. Killing intent flashed through his eyes, but he said, "Mr. Yi is not an outsider. Don't worry about him, Empress Dowager." Yi Qin secretly sneered after seeing everything. King Langia's loyalty had reached such a level. He actually wanted to kill him at the risk of his own life just to keep the Empress Dowager's secret. Lu Qingjia has suffered. The lady in black looked at the latter, and there was a hint of heartache in her weak voice. "I came late at night to visit Lu Qingjia. I heard that she was severely injured. She said that from the bottom of her heart. Ever since the late emperor passed away and the young master, who was only 15 years old, ascended the throne, many of the vassals refused to accept the young master and gradually became disloyal. The one who could be considered a loyal person was the former brother of the late emperor. I deserve to die. I've troubled the Empress Dowager." King Langia knelt on the ground again. He could not help but cry. Nothing could move him more than this. The lady in black raised her hand and said, "This is the disciple of the imperial tutor. I heard that you've been ill for a long time, so I brought him here to take a look at you. Your Highness, I'm Shuang. I know some medical skills. I'm here on my master's orders to treat you." The young man in the Taoist robe took a step forward and cupped his hands. "He's the imperial tutor's disciple." King Langia's eyes were filled with endless respect when he heard that. He then recalled, "Is the imperial tutor well?" There were two legendary figures in the dynasty. The first was naturally the founding emperor, and the second was the imperial tutor Qi Tiandao. It was said that he was once a close friend of the founding emperor. He entered the dynasty because of a promise and protected the sect for generations. It had been 1,000 years since then. Rumor had it that the imperial tutor Qi Tiandao was extremely powerful and had long seen through the secrets of heaven. He was like an immortal, but he still could not escape the pain of aging and dying. "My master is still the same." Shui Ying's expression was gloomy. "He's most worried about you, Your Highness. However, due to many things, he couldn't come personally." After saying that, he calmed himself and walked forward. He held King Langia's right hand and said, "Your Highness, there's no time. Let Shui Ying take a look at you first." "That's fine too." King Langia could not help but look at Yi Qin. In the end, he chose to give Shui Ying a chance. After all, Yi Qin did not promise to cure him. During this time, the woman in black first looked at Lu Fei and said with a smile, "You must be Fei? I didn't expect it to be so big now." "Fei, greets Empress Dowager." Lu Fei subconsciously wanted to kneel on the ground, but the former held her tightly. You don't have to be so formal. In the end, I am still your aunt. Yes, Aunt. Lu Fei's heart warmed up. Black Shirt nodded lightly and looked at Yi Qin. She frowned slightly. This is? Aunt Senior Yi is Fei, Earth's savior. Lu Fei introduced Yi Qin slowly. When she heard Yi Qin diagnose King Lengyu's condition and asked for all the mystic stone vein, not only her, but even Shui Ying was shocked. The lady in black looked at Yi Qin quietly. I wonder who your master is, Mr. Yi? Why did you come to our dynasty? I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. It was purely an accident that I came to a major sect, Yi Qin said calmly. After hearing the words, don't belong to any sect, the lady in black's phoenix-like eyes that were hidden under the veil focused slightly. Then she said, what a pity. A body cultivator is destined to be unable to become an emperor. At that moment, Shui Ying slowly retracted his hand, his expression changing nonstop. Brother Shui Ying, can my father be saved? Lu Fei was extremely nervous. Even the lady in black and King Lengya were no exception. Shui Ying let out a heavy sigh. Then he stood up and cupped his fists at King Lengya. Then he bowed to the lady in black and said, Empress Dowager, I'm incompetent. I can't remove the poison in His Highness's body. The moment that was said, everyone fell silent. Lu Fei and King Lengya smiled bitterly. The lady in black sighed faintly. Is there really no other way, Lord Shui Ying? If my master was here, there might be a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, my master can't leave. Shui Ying shook his head lightly and could not help but look at Yi Qin. If Mr. Yi didn't say that the poison in His Highness's body was the woeful poison, Shui Ying would still not understand until now. He was an honest and upright person. Although he was cold because of Yi Qin's arrogant words earlier, he could not help but admire Yi Qin's insight. As soon as he said that, everyone in the hall looked at Yi Qin at the same time. Even the lady in black was no exception. King Lengya shook his head lightly. Yi Qin had made the conditions very clear earlier, and he could not do it with his current strength. Perhaps he could pretend to agree to Yi Qin and go back on his word later on to kill Yi Qin. After all, Yi Qin only had a pseudo-emperor stage cultivation base. However, he, Lu Qingzhou, was a king after all. He could not do such an unscrupulous thing. In the end, it was the lady in black who spoke. Mr. Yi, if you can cure Lady Lu's family, I can give you a mystic mastermind or even spirit stones. At this point, she added, I'm the Empress Dowager of the current dynasty. I have the power of regent, and I can transfer the imperial court's resources to you. Why should I believe you? Yi Qin said calmly. He thought that he could control the negotiation with King Lengya earlier. However, since it was the Empress Dowager, it would add a lot of trouble. After all, if the other party went back on her word, Yi Qin would be going against an entire dynasty. Although he was not afraid, he did not want any trouble. The lady in black fell silent, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be deathly silent. Senior Yi, if you want to go to the Tianfengxi area, you must use the teleportation formation. Lu Fei bit her lip and said to Yi Qin while looking at him, the northern region is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the Tianfengxi area. Moreover, there are spatial rifts and endless seas. She paused for a moment before continuing, ordinary teleportation formations can only cross thousands of kilometers. Only large wormholes can send you to the Tianfengxi area. Only the imperial court has large wormholes in the entire dynasty. The lady in black's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at her in admiration and said to Yi Qin, that's right. If you can cure Lady Lu's family, I can lend you the wormhole. If I go back on my word, I'll be abandoned by both men and gods. Empress Dowager. King Lengya was extremely touched. He did not expect the imperial court to make such a concession for him. This had never happened before. Yi Qin weighed the pros and cons. Just when he was about to agree, he suddenly looked outside the hall. Almost at that moment, Nan Bo's furious roar came from outside. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Langya palace at night? Rumble. Following that, a violent tremor was heard. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The entire Langya palace was in an uproar. All sorts of screams, explosions, and battle cries could be heard. End of this chapter. Chapter 1071. What happened? At that moment, Lu Fei's expression changed drastically. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, an armored man rushed and covered in blood and fell to the ground. Your Highness, they're rebelling. The Bright Sword Pavilion is rebelling. We can't hold them back anymore. Let's retreat. What? The Bright Sword Pavilion is rebelling? King Langya almost lost his balance when he heard this. Although this king had expected this day, I didn't expect it to come so soon. With that said, he immediately said to the woman in black, Empress Dowager, leave quickly. It doesn't matter if I die, but nothing must happen to you. The Empress Dowager was temporarily in charge of the regency of the dynasty. This matter concerned the rise and fall of the country. Once the rebels found out that the Empress Dowager was here, everything would be over. Empress Dowager, let's go. I'll protect you with my life. The horsetail whisk in Shui Ying's hand trembled violently, and he immediately made a spear. Bang, bang, bang. Right at that moment, the door of the hall was broken open and several mutilated and badly mutilated corpses flew in. More than 10 figures with powerful auras rushed in. A cold man with a surging corpse aura laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Brother Su. I didn't expect that we would have a new harvest today and capture the Empress Dowager. I'm also extremely surprised. Who would have thought that the Empress Dowager would travel thousands of kilometers to Langya County? The person called Brother Su was an old man with a sword on his back. His temples were white, and his face was filled with ecstasy. More than 10 people blocked the exit of the hall and surrounded them with a murderous aura. Seeing this scene, even the black-clothed woman's expression changed. 6 Emperor stage cultivators and 12 pseudo-emperors. Even though such combat strength was nothing in the imperial capital, it was monstrously terrifying in Langya County. King Langya took a step forward and looked at the old man with a sword in his eyes. Su Huaiyan, how dare you betray me? The old man took a step forward and sneered. Lu Qingzhou, it's not that we want to rebel against you. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you and refused to join our rebellion plan. Lu Qingzhou, do you still recognize this old man? Another old man with a sinister face walked out. King Langya was shocked. Ma Jinan, it's you. The Ma Jinan he mentioned was one of the 13 vassal kings, the counselor of the acting king. It was this person who went around persuading the vassal kings to rebel against the imperial court. You still recognize this old man. Ma Jinan snickered and stroked his beard. Half a year ago, I was ordered by the acting king to persuade you. However, you didn't know what was good for you, and I could only get the Bright Sword Pavilion to secretly poison you. At this point, he said with a ferocious expression, What do you think? The taste of the woeful, filthy poison isn't pleasant, is it? After half a year, this fierce tiger has finally become a sick tiger. Su Huaiyan, Chun Shifan, Zhou Kongtong, Shin Shiha. King Langya's pained gaze fell on the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators. I've always treated you well, and neither has the imperial court. Why did you betray me? Why are you rebelling? Lu Qingzhou, do you still not understand? The old man from the Bright Sword Pavilion smirked. You, Lu Qingzhou, are the current king. Naturally, you've enjoyed enough glory and wealth. However, we are just commoners. If that's the case, why don't we follow the acting king and fight for a bright future? Pfft. King Langya vomited blood on the spot. Traitors! You traitors should have your entire family executed and your corpses dismembered. It's useless to say so much. Today, the Langya royal residence will be destroyed. From today onwards, Langya County will belong to the acting king. Ma Jinan scoffed and looked at the woman in black. The only thing that surprised me was that I actually saw the Empress Dowager here. Looks like the heavens are on our side. Su Huaiyan laughed. Once we capture the Empress Dowager, we can use her to force the little emperor to hand over the imperial power. That's right. If the little emperor doesn't open the city gates and hand over the imperial power, he will be unfilial. Qin Shi Fan's face darkened. Once that happens, the little emperor's prestige will be greatly reduced. The acting king can then lead his army north in the name of protecting the emperor. I heard that the current Empress Dowager was just a concubine the day before the late emperor died. She had just turned 20 and died before the late emperor could even visit her. Zhou Mingdong looked at the woman in black lustfully. He did not hide the evil in his eyes. If that's the case, the Empress Dowager is still a virgin. I really want to taste her. As soon as he said that, the dozen people behind him looked at the woman in black greedily. The woman in black trembled slightly. Bastard, you bunch of bastards. King Langya revealed a crazed expression. If you want to touch the Empress Dowager, you have to step over my dead body first. The next moment, the aura in his body started to rise at a terrifying speed. In an instant, it reached the martial emperor realm. However, the speed did not slow down. It was still rising. In the end, he actually stepped into the supreme giant realm. Ma Jinan was shocked. Lu Qingzhou, you've really gone mad. Don't you know that the more you raise your cultivation, the faster the poison will corrode your body? Ha ha ha, I've indeed gone mad. However, before I die, I'll drag you all down with me. King Langya laughed maniacally before charging forward in an incomparably tragic manner. You traitors, die! Father! Lu Fei almost fainted. Empress Dowager, princess, let's go. A hint of sorrow flashed through Shui Ying's eyes. Then he led the two of them to the back of the hall without hesitation. Lu Fei turned around and said to Yi Chen immediately, Senior Yi, come with us. You're only at the pseudo-emperor stage. You're no match for them. However, at the next moment, an unparalleled pressure descended from the void, directly bombarding the frenzied King Langya. An incomparably old figure descended. Bang! King Langya immediately took more than 10 steps back and spat out blood. His facial features were like charcoal as he looked at the old man in black. Martial ancestor. You actually arranged for a martial ancestor. There was a slight difference between the cultivation system of the ancient, desolate realm and earth. Above the emperor stage was not a supreme giant, but a martial ancestor. A martial ancestor was the same as a supreme giant on earth. Greetings, senior son. Ma Jinan and the rest knelt on one knee. A powerhouse sent by the acting king of the people who had descended. A martial ancestor. The old man in black looked straight at King Langya and said calmly, King Langya, you surprised me. For your so-called loyalty, you're actually willing to burn your life force. With that, he waved his hand. Leave this person to me. Go capture the Empress Dowager. Yes. Ma Jinan and the rest immediately stood up and flew toward Shui Ying and the rest who had already reached the exit of the hall. How dare you! King Langya was on the verge of going crazy. He attacked brazenly, but the old man in black easily neutralized it. A martial ancestor that burns his life force is not a true martial ancestor after all. At the same time, after Ma Jinan pushed Shui Ying back with a palm, he directly grabbed the woman in black. Empress Dowager, if you don't want to suffer, it's best if you don't resist. Facing such a dangerous situation, the woman in black suddenly felt inexplicably calm. Former Emperor, although I never liked you, I'm grateful for your trust. That's why I treated Jing, or like a younger brother. Today, I can only repay your kindness with my death. With that said, she used her fingers as a knife and slashed at her own neck with incomparable determination. Empress Dowager, I'm useless. King Langya cried blood when he saw that. Lu Fei was in despair. Shui Ying roared, no. At that moment, a wide hand suddenly grabbed her slender hand and said calmly, If you die, how are you going to fulfill your promise with me? P.S. Chapter 4 I found my form. Brothers, Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1072. In the Langya King's mansion. The woman in black saw that she had nowhere to go. Just as she was about to kill herself, she felt her hand being held. Before she could react, an extremely calm voice rang in her ears. If you die, how are you going to fulfill your promise with me? The moment she said that, she opened her eyes and subconsciously looked at the person beside her. It was him, the pseudo-emperor stage body Cultivator that Fei mentioned. He was the one who stopped her. She was not the only one. Even Lu Fei, Shueying, and even Ma Jinan and the rest were stunned. In her panic, the woman in black subconsciously struggled free from her hand. Let go of me! At this moment, she did not call herself a widow. Although she was in charge of a huge sect like a dynasty, she was still a weak woman at this point. Yi Qin was unmoved. He looked at her calmly. I only have one thing to say. Does what you said earlier still count? What? The woman in black was slightly stunned. Then, she recalled her promise earlier. As long as Yi Chen cured Lu Qing's poison, she would give him spirit stones. She would even lend him the wormhole. Thinking to this point, she forced a smile helplessly. Is there a need to say this now? In order to stop the martial ancestor of the rebels, Lu Qing had ignored the poison and forcefully moved. She had even burned her life. It could be said that she would definitely die. Meanwhile, they were being hunted by the 6 martial emperors, and they had no chance of survival. How could they have the chance to talk about anything else? There's a need, Yi Chen said calmly, because that will make me reconsider whether I should save you guys. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in black was stunned. Everyone, including Lu Fei, was in disbelief. They thought they had heard wrongly. Ha ha ha! Ma Jinan could not help but laugh. This brat actually said that he would save them in front of us. Did I hear wrongly? I think this brat thinks that the Empress Dowager is pretty good and wants to show his loyalty before he dies. The sword-wielding old man, Su Huaiyan, had a disdainful expression. The rest of the people also laughed nonstop, and their brows were filled with dense disdain. Lying on the ground, Shueying smiled helplessly. You're a pseudo-emperor realm body, Cultivator. Even though your combat strength is stronger than a pseudo-emperor Qi, Cultivator of the same realm, there are 6 martial emperors and a martial ancestor present. How are you going to save him? Pooh! After King Langya was pushed back by the martial lord, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said, Mr. Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but this has nothing to do with you. You should run for your life. Obviously, even he felt that it was impossible. Yi Qin ignored everyone's reaction. Instead, he looked at the lady in black steadily. I'll ask you one last time. Do you still mean what you said earlier? The lady in black wanted to speak by instinct, but she nodded when she met Yi Chen's deep eyes. Very well. I hope we can cooperate happily. A smile finally appeared on Yi Chen's calm face. He then let go of the former's hand gently. Follow behind me. No one can hurt you today. After saying that, he slowly turned around to look at Ma Jinan and the others. Brat, you're really courting death. The eyes of the corpse immortal sex martial emperor, Shen Shiha, turned cold. Then he took a step forward and his sleeves seemed to suddenly expand. I'm going to refine you into a poisonous man and make you regret being born into this world. Shan Shiha waved his sleeves that looked like black dragons and attacked Yi Chen with a ferocious expression. Corpse energy swept out from the 2 expanding sleeves. The corpse energy was monstrous and enveloped the entire place. Even the expressions of the other martial emperors changed. If anyone below the martial emperor realm were to come into contact with this corpse energy, they would immediately be sliced into a pool of pus and blood. Be careful! This is the corpse immortal sex 5 poison corpse energy. You must not come into contact with it. The lady in black's expression changed as she hurriedly reminded. Yi Chen's eyes were clear. He did not move at all. He merely extended his right hand and pressed down lightly. Rumble. A terrifying might suddenly erupted in the entire space, as if Mount Tai was falling. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Shinshiha let out a blood-curdling scream. His body exploded with a loud bang, creating a bloody mist. Even his soul was destroyed. Everyone's body stiffened and remained motionless, as if they had been petrified. Their expressions from before were still frozen on their faces and lingered for a long time. Lu Fei and Xue-Ying were stunned. The lady in black widened her eyes, unable to believe her eyes. One palm, a single palm, had killed a martial emperor. This brat hid his strength. He's an emperor's stage body, Cultivator. A few seconds later, an extremely shocked voice came from a martial emperor's mouth. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Emperor's stage body Cultivator. Wasn't it impossible for body cultivators to become emperors and could only stay below the emperor stage for the rest of their lives? Why would an emperor stage body cultivator appear? Ma Zhennan, who was in the crowd, forcefully suppressed the palpitation in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "May I know who this fellow is? This matter concerns the acting king's plan. I hope you won't interfere." Obviously, Yi Chen's domineering attack had shocked everyone. Even Ma Zhennan had to take a step back. That's right. The sword-wielding old man from the bright sword pavilion said slowly, "As long as you don't interfere, we can let you leave safely. We'll even put in a good word for you in front of the acting king. Who knows, we might even bestow you with glory and wealth." The acting king, Lu Mingjue, was the five-jeweled prince of a major dynasty. He controlled half of the world's troops, and he could be said to have suppressed the major sections. Anyone who heard his name would be shocked. That was the reason why they mentioned the acting king's identity. They wanted to intimidate Yi Chen and make him retreat. However, Yi Chen smirked coldly. "Acting king? Even if the Emperor of Heaven descends today, I'll protect you." With that, he took a step forward and charged at the few of them. Ma Zhennan flew into a rage and said with a ferocious expression, "Let's attack together and kill him." Rumble. The 5 martial emperors, including Ma Zhennan, and the remaining 10 pseudo-emperors attacked together, causing the entire hall to shake and show signs of collapse. "Die for me." The scabbard behind the sword-wielding old man from the bright sword pavilion shook. As the sword hummed, a sword gleam slashed at Yi Chen directly. "Senior Yi, be careful," Lu Fei said by instinct. However, Yi Chen did not do anything else. He merely glanced at the other party, and a gleam flashed through his deep eyes. "Ah!" The sword-wielding old man screamed and fell from the sky with a thud. His body did not move at all, and only his eyes were wide open, filled with fear. Another martial emperor had died. Everyone was shocked. Where did this monster come from? "Let this old man fight you." Rumble! As a monstrous pressure and energy surged, it was like a violent ocean sweeping across the place. It was the martial ancestor who had attacked. End of this chapter. Chapter 1073. Young man, I don't care who you are. If you dare to obstruct the acting king's plan today, you deserve to die. The old man in black glared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light. As soon as the green light appeared, it caused the surrounding space to collapse. Then it slashed at Yi Chen's head in an extremely domineering manner. If one took a closer look, they would realize that it was a scimitar. It was covered in green energy and was extremely sharp. As expected of a martial ancestor realm expert, Ma Zhennan and the rest were surprised and delighted when they saw this. Their eyes were filled with deep respect. Oh no! King Lengia Lu Qingzhou let out a long roar when he saw this. He forcefully held on and tried to block the attack. However, he was still too slow. Clang! The green clothes slashed at Yi Chen in the blink of an eye. Then, sparks shot everywhere. However, to everyone's shock, the green light did not cause any harm to Yi Chen's body. Instead, It shattered and turned into countless streams of light that scattered everywhere. How is this possible? The old man's expression changed drastically. His attack was a breath of energy that had been hidden in his body for over 100 years. It was extremely powerful and sharp. Even a martial ancestor realm expert would not dare to take it head-on. However, it could not hurt Yi Qin. Oh no, I can't defeat this person. Almost at that moment, this thought flashed through the old man's mind. Without another word, he turned around and was about to leave. It was very decisive. Trying to run after acting cool? Yi Qin smirked in disdain. He extended his hand and slapped the old man in black from afar. Rumble. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Everyone was on the verge of losing their balance. As the void distorted, an invisible spatial millstone condensed. The huge spatial millstone rotated with a thunderous rumble, directly crushing the former in an incomparably domineering manner. The old man in black was directly crushed by the huge millstone. He screamed miserably, and then blood dripped down from the void. There was also a storage bag that fell to the ground. A martial ancestor realm expert was dead. Dead silence. The hall was dead silent. That was a Wuzong. Even in the great dynasties, he would be considered a top expert and was destined to be fought over by various forces. But he died just like that. Plop. How is this possible? How is this possible? On the ground, Ma Jinnan and the others fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock and deathly pale. Am I dreaming? Lu Fei stared blankly at the scene, almost unable to believe it. Senior, yee-hee-hee-hee, the lady in black froze. She stared blankly at Yi Qin through the veil. He really did it. Yi Qin ignored the people's expression. His cold gaze eventually landed on Ma Jinnan and the rest. Spare me, spare me. Ma Jinnan and the others shuddered and repeatedly kowtowed, feeling incomparably terrified in their hearts. Mr. Yi, please spare their lives. At that moment, King Langius struggled to get up from the ground and said weakly, They know the acting king's plan. For the sake of the great dynasties, you can't kill them. At that moment, his long hair had turned white, and his pitch-black face was as old as withered tree bark. It was extremely difficult for him to even speak. Clearly, the forceful movement had caused the poison to spread throughout his body. Coupled with the forceful burning of his life force, he was on the verge of death. Lu Fei hurriedly pounced over and held him tightly. She sobbed, Father! King Langia trembled with difficulty. He moved slowly to Yi Qin and knelt down heavily. I thank him, Mr. Yi, for saving the Empress Dowager and my daughter. Senior Yi, can my father still be saved? Lu Fei's tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, Shui Ying walked over with a sorrowful expression. The poison has attacked his heart, and his life is at its end. Even if my master is here, there's nothing he can do. Lu Fei's face turned extremely pale when she heard that. The lady in black cried, Lu Fei's family. At that moment, Yi Qin spoke slowly and said calmly, Who said that I can't save him? Senior Yi, what did you say? Why, you can really save my father. Lu Fei looked at him in surprise and joy. Shui Ying was shocked. Yi Qin lifted his head to look at Shui Ying and said without answering his question, Do you dare to circulate your energy to protect his heart meridian? The poison had attacked King Langia's heart. Only by using true energy and magic power to suppress the poison might he have a chance of survival. However, his true energy had yet to recover, so he could only place his hopes on Shui Ying, the Emperor's stage Cultivator. Why not? It's worth it to exchange Shui Ying's life for your highnesses. Shui Ying laughed and immediately sat down cross-legged. He placed his hands on King Langia's back and forcefully circulated his energy to protect the latter's heart meridian. Yi Qin turned around and walked over. He picked up the old man's storage bag and opened it. He found more than 10 spirit stones inside. Moreover, They were all low-grade spirit stones with impurities. He frowned and turned to look at Ma Jinan and the rest who were kneeling on the ground. "Hand over your storage bags!" As soon as he said that, Ma Jinan and the rest took out their storage bags immediately. Yi Chen opened them one by one and only took out 10 spirit stones. "I need to recover. Don't disturb me," Yi Chen instructed and sat down cross-legged. He held the spirit stone in his hand and started absorbing it quickly. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the spirit stone in his hand turned black in an instant before turning into dust and dispersing with the wind. Ma Jinan and the rest were shocked when they saw that dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. So, this person is a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Thinking to this point, they gave up on the idea of sneak attacking Yi Chen while he was cultivating. The lady in black and Lu Fei stared at them warily, afraid that they would attack. "What are you looking at? Are you trying to sneak an attack on my daddy?" Meng Meng placed her hands on her hips and glared at Ma Jinan and the rest angrily. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yi Chen had completely absorbed the 20-odd spirit stones. He opened his eyes slowly. There are too many impurities in these spirit stones. Over 20 spirit stones had only allowed him to recover his true origin energy to stage 5 Qi refinement. It seemed like the amount of spirit stones he needed to recover to nascent soul was terrifying. Seeing him open his eyes, Lu Fei asked carefully, "Mr. Yi, how are you?" Yi Chen did not say anything and walked straight to King Lengya. At that moment, there was a trace of black energy wrapped around Shui Ying's face. It was obvious that he had been poisoned, but he was still struggling. Yi Chen placed his hand on King Lengya's heart directly. As his true origin energy surged, he exerted force in his palm and sucked the poison in the other party's body into his own body. End of this chapter. Chapter 1074. The terrifying thing about poison was that it could harm a person's body, especially the most vulnerable parts like the internal organs. However, Yi Chen's body was powerful, so he was naturally unafraid of the so-called poison. He could destroy the poison within a moment. Everyone noticed that the poison on King Lengya's face was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, there were no signs of poisoning at all. Such a technique! Shui Ying was shocked as he watched from the side. He had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen someone who was not afraid of poison. "Take this antidote pill." Yi Chen opened his storage ring and tossed a medicinal pill to Shui Ying. Then he took out a rebirth pill and fed it to King Lengya. "Mr. Yi, how's my father?" Lu Fei was extremely nervous. "I've neutralized the poison in his body. His life is hanging by a thread. He won't die." Yi Chen secretly shook his head. "All I need to do now is replenish his life force." Life force? The lady in black's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said, "May I know what you need me for, Mr. Yi?" After the danger earlier, she did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yi Chen anymore. At the same time, she was extremely grateful to Yi Chen. "You just need to keep your promise to me." Yi Chen glanced at her and said to Lu Fei, "Help your father down to rest. Prepare a pill furnace and a secret room for me. I need to refine pills." 2 hours later, in the training room of the Lengya Palace, "I've only recovered to golden core after using up all the medicinal pills and herbs in my storage ring." Yi Chen sat cross-legged and shook his head secretly when he sensed the true origin energy fluctuations in his dantian. "I should have prepared more if I knew this would happen. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager of this dynasty promised to give me spirit stones. I'm sure I'll be able to recover to nascent soul with a single spirit stone." His eyes shone with a strange light. He was not worried that the young Empress Dowager would go back on her word. He could save them, and he could kill them too, even if he had to become enemies. Thinking to this point, he moved and appeared in the main hall of the palace. Lu Fei, the lady in black, Shui Ying, and the rest were already waiting by the side. King Lengya bowed to Yi Chen solemnly. Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Yi. These are scarlet pills. There are 5 of them, and each of them can restore 5 years of your vitality. Yi Qin flicked his finger, and a bottle of red medicinal pills landed in his hand. King Langia was overjoyed. Yi Qin said again, I only promised to cure you of the poison. I didn't include this. Therefore, your residence has to compensate me for the medicinal herbs I used. Of course, of course. This humble king will order someone to open the treasury for Mr. Langia to use. King Langia nodded. Yi Qin said again, Where are those pieces of trash? Lu Fei clapped her hands, and someone immediately escorted Ma Jinan and the others into the room. When they saw Lu Fei, they immediately kowtowed. You guys go out first. Yi Qin looked at Lu Fei and the rest. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't ask much and left tactfully. Yi Qin took out the 8-divisional pagoda directly and converted Ma Jinan and the rest by force. Yi Chen said calmly as he looked at them who were standing aside respectfully, I'll give you guys a day to return to your sects and hand over all the spiritual stones and medicinal herbs. That night, in an incomparably grand courtyard in Daizhou, thousands of kilometers away, a man in a dragon robe sat in front of a quiet pool, holding a golden fishing rod in his hand. A man in a dragon robe sat in front of the pool, holding a golden-threaded fishing rod in his hand. He was surrounded by countless experts with powerful auras, but no one dared to make a sound. Buffed, buffed. At this moment, the fishing rod in the man's hand began to tremble, as if something was struggling underwater. Tap, tap, tap. At the same time, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. A man rushed in quickly and knelt on one knee. Acting King, there's been a change in Langia County. With that, he took out a letter tube and handed it over respectfully with both hands. Then a maidservant took it and looked at it. Only then did she walk to the man in the dragon robe and whisper a few words into his ear. The man in the dragon robe paused for a moment before saying expressionlessly, Drag him out and behead him. The moment that was said, the expression of the man kneeling on the ground changed drastically. Acting King, spare me, spare me! However, before he could resist, several powerhouses landed on the ground and forcefully brought him out. Not long after, a head was sent over. Facing the bloody head, the man in the dragon robe ignored it. Instead, he lifted the fishing rod in his hand, and the hook was empty. The fish that was in my hands has escaped. The man in the dragon robe narrowed his eyes, making it hard to tell what he was feeling. However, his tone shocked everyone. The woman beside him said considerately, Your Highness, King Langia has long been crippled. With his ability, there's no way he can deal with Ma Jinan and the rest. There must be an outsider involved. In my opinion, it's better to send Elder Yu to investigate. Approved. The man in the dragon robe spoke slowly with an expressionless face. At the same time, order someone to contact the other 7 kings. We'll send troops at noon in 3 days. It's time for the world to change its master. In a palace in Chuzhou, as an eagle flapped its wings and flew south, a dignified order was issued. Order Monk Ku to go to Langia County. Such an order seemed to have been issued for more than 10 counties in the 4 prefectures of the great Zhou dynasty at the same time. In Yuzhou, less than 1,000 li away from Langia County, on a dragon boat, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar looked at the report in his hand and smiled faintly. Second brother, your news is still not as smooth as mine. The current Empress Dowager has traveled tens of thousands of li to Yuzhou at night and is now in Langia County. The scholarly man gently held the report in his hand and was full of ambition. Second brother, previously because you had the support of the Qing Kingdom, I had to rely on you. But now the Empress Dowager is a chance given to me by the heavens. In this world, old 8 also wants to sit on it. Boom! The report in his hand suddenly turned into a ball of fire, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Pass my order. Order the northern barbarians to move out and destroy Langia County. I want to see the Empress Dowager in one piece before daybreak. In the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, Longjing, "I want to see Mother! I want to see Mother!" A young man wearing a dragon robe, no more than 6 feet tall, knelt outside the Empress Dowager's palace. His knees were bleeding. "Mother!" In front of him stood a dozen or so palace maids. The leading nanny sighed and said, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is unwell and refuses to see guests. You should come back another day." "How dare you? His Majesty is the Empress Dowager's son. You dare to stop him? Are you not afraid of death?" With a loud roar, a burly man in armor led dozens of soldiers and galloped over. End of this chapter.